is freaking out over the Epstein files. He's losing it. He's cooked. The saga continues. Okay. So the walls have caved in on the release of the Epstein files. It's no longer a battle that the White House is willing to fight to try to prevent their release. Okay, that's what they've been trying to do for months. They labeled it an act of hostility against their administration to vote for the release of the files. They tried to go to Lauren Boebert to ask her to, take her name off of the pledge to force the release in the House of Representatives. He completely disavowed Marjorie Taylor Greene and labeled her a traitor just for asking him to release the files. But the people care. Okay, the people want the files released. The average American thinks and correctly assumes and thinks that our government is protecting pedophiles by refusing to release the Epstein files. And it has been a political blunder for the Trump administration to try to stop and prevent that release. So that saga is over. That story is dead. So last night, Donald Trump went on Truth Social and he said, House Republicans, you need to vote for the release of the files. He pulled a complete 180. He went from labeling it, as I just said 30 seconds ago, an act of hostility to an act of courage in support of his administration. He said that he has nothing to hide, the Republicans have nothing to hide, and the only political party that the release of the files would negatively impact would be the Democrats. Now, this has led to a lot of speculation from the public about why he made that 180. So I've seen a lot of people suggesting online that, well, he's already cleared his name from the files. He's had the FBI redacted everywhere. Once the files are released, you won't see his name anywhere because it's going to say redacted, 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 redacted. Or they've fixed the files, they've changed them, they've taken out the parts that incriminate Trump, so on and so forth. Now, I think that's a plausible theory, knowing who Trump is, knowing what he's done in his past, the 34 felonies, right? Lying about his business documentation. Why wouldn't he lie about these files too? Makes sense. Now, the second theory is something that I actually think is a little bit more likely. And this is the theory that I've come up with that I hold to. I think the Trump administration knew it was a losing battle to try to prevent the release of the files. Okay? That's common sense. We have enough votes in the House. We're having Republican senators flip to voting yes once it reaches the Senate every day now, right? I mean, we have new reporting in that it may be a unanimous vote inside of Congress to force the release of the files. Now, if Donald Trump had opposed the release of the files, then had Congress vote to force their release, that would have been, once again, a large-scale political blunder, which in my mind would solidify the loss of the Trump administration. At that point in time, Donald Trump's impeachment would be certain, and no one would be on board with MAGA anymore. So I think that he is just selecting, almost in a sense, the lesser of two evils here, where he's saying, maybe these files incriminate me. I mean, I've never seen somebody fight so hard to suppress evidence of their innocence. So I'd say definitely. But at the end of the day, it's going to be worse for me if I oppose their release compared to support their release. And then once these files incriminate me, call it fake news. Go back to my slogan that it's a big ol' hoax and that this is just an attack against me by the Democrats. They're so anti-American for focusing on these false claims compared to trying to make this country better. So that's another possibility. That's another really, really big possibility there, folks, is that he is starting, he is trying to damage control in a sense. He's starting to damage control preemptively by supporting the release, saying he won't be incriminated. So then if he is incriminated, he could call it fake news and re-reference the fact that he supported the release of the files and say, why would I support the release of the files if they said anything bad about me? And I think that this hypothesis is furthered via the fact that a House subcommittee, Lincoln, I really appreciate you for the interstellar over on TikTok. Thank you, Lincoln. I think that this theory is furthered by the fact that the House subcommittee that's been kind of slow launching some of the Epstein files, think about Trump and Bubba, right? That subcommittee has already issued a subpoena against the Justice Department to force the release of the full Epstein files without a vote in Congress. If the DOJ responds to their subpoena and accepts it, they can release the files with no vote at all. Lincoln, thank you for the meteor shower as well. And because it's Trump's DOJ, because the AG's Pam Bondi is right-hand man, he told Pam Bondi to attack Letitia James, and she did. He told Pam Bondi to attack excuse me, I got to sneeze. James Comey, and she did. He told Pam Bondi to attack Obama, and she did, so on and so forth. That if he told Pam Bondi to accept that subpoena and release the files, she would. Okay? Right? So, in other words, right now, Donald Trump has the full, unprecedented ability to force the release of all the Epstein files with no vote in Congress today by telling his DOJ to accept that subpoena and force the release. But he's not doing it, while in the same breath telling the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans to vote for the release of the files. So there's obviously a game going on here, okay? There's a game that's being played. We could only speculate exactly what that game is. Has Donald Trump cleaned the files? Has he fixed them? Has he redacted his name? Is Donald Trump just trying to play damage control, saying that he supports the release, so then when they are released and he's incriminated, he could say it was a hoax because he supported their release? Or is there maybe some other speculative reasons that I haven't even thought about yet? Who knows? Okay, but we know that there's a game being played because you can't say that you support the release of files and you want the Republicans to vote for exactly that while in the same breath having the power to release the files without a vote in Congress today and not acting on it. So I think that this is a massive freakout. I think that Trump knows he's cooked and he's playing damage control. And hopefully for the next 4 hours or so, we will talk to the Americans that still support him as president and try to get the perspective here on how the hell people still support him in an attempt to change their mind or maybe the minds of some of the viewers in the process. One last thing I want to go over here right before we hop into the debates. This
Playing
hopefully
damage.
shouldn't take long at all. I have upped the quality of the stream on YouTube. So if you've been watching these streams before, they were being broadcast in 1080p at a 10K bit rate. Now they are going live to YouTube in 2K. So much larger, much better than 1080p at a 16K bit rate. So the quality of the stream should be better over there. I know that there's a lot of people that like to clip the streams and post it all around the internet. So now you should be able to do so at a little bit of a higher quality. Now, go ahead and hop inside of the guest request link, and I appreciate you so much for all the gifts once again. Go ahead and hop inside of the guest request over on TikTok if you are an American adult that somehow still supports Donald J. Trump as president. And we'll get you loaded up into the box right now, guys. In fact, let's go ahead and try to get that very first person up here right now. Do keep in mind, it's typically a little bit of an uphill battle to get the very first guests loaded in of the day. It's an uphill battle. We have a lot of trolls at the beginning, so I wouldn't doubt it if it kind of took a while to get a Trump supporter in here. But, let's see if we could roll the dice and get lucky. Let's see if the very first person we bring up is MAGA. Well, they left, so it doesn't look like we're getting too lucky today. Moving on to the next guest, guys, we will repeat the rules, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, that's ready and willing to come up here and have a debate with me about why. Also, Darius, thank you for the very first donation of the day over on PayPal with the $5. Good to see you again, my friend. And Edward, thank you for the second donation of the day over on PayPal with the $5 as well. Show some love to Darius and Edward. Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to that next guest, Mason. Right now, we got Mason connecting to the stream, guys. Make sure that we're following the rules. We already know him. Hello, Mason.
Wait. Yo, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Hello, Mason. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 20. I was born June 23rd, 2000.
Okay, well,
2005. It cut out.
I believe you. It did cut out, but I believe you nonetheless. It's okay. Now, it looks like we got lucky. We didn't have to go through the usual 30 minutes of dealing with the trolls and the children to get a Trump supporter up in here. That's good news for us, but bad news for you, Mason.
Yeah, it is.
Because now you got to actually debate me. So take it away, man. Tell us how the hell, preface on the how the hell part, you still support Trump as president, considering everything he has done to this country, not only in the last 11 months of his second term, but in his first 4 years as well, and all of the facts of his character, including things like preying on children, sexually exploiting them too, raping E. Jean Carroll, cooing this country, violating the Constitution, so on and so forth. Take it away, Mason. You got my full attention.
So it's definitely been a rough patch recently. I think, he's been doing a lot Dean, I didn't expect you to get me up here. What is this?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, you're up here, but it's like it's now or never. You got to perform. We haven't heard anything from you. Nothing of substance yet. The mic is still yours. I believe that you are a Trump supporter. Now that I think of it, I think I know the reason why my subconscious selected you out of the queue. That's because you're friends with that lunatic patriot, and yes. So I am right. So I know that you're a Trump supporter. So tell us why. No, please. The mic is yours. Take it away. Don't make me wait a moment longer. I am eager to hear why you support
Dude.
Trump as president.
Dean, I just sit up there, you know. We're definitely acquaintances. I do support Trump. I think those emails are AI. You know.
Okay. So
So
you think
Trench
things with
told
no
me
evidence.
that.
Hey, I have a question. What is the relevant distinction between saying the emails released by Congress from the Epstein estate are AI and the statement that the Earth is flat?
You know, I haven't been proved that the Earth isn't flat yet.
Oh, okay. So you might think that the Earth is flat too. No, of course,
Maybe.
of course,
Like a
Nathan.
40-70
Okay,
chance.
okay. What is the relevant distinction between saying right that well, I don't know. I was going to name off some other conspiracy theory. Chances are you believe it too. Now, why do you think those emails are AI?
You know, I was just looking at them and they look kind of like grainy.
You look great. So they look grainy. That's
and like
probably.
Trump
I have
hasn't
a
came
really
out
good
and said-
explanation. I have a really good explanation for why they probably look
hear it.
grainy. Are you ready to hear it, fucking
ready.
Mason? It's because
dude.
it's because the picture of the email that you likely saw had been reshared multiple times all over social media, and because of the and because it had been reshared online multiple times, it had been it had been sized down, it had been screenshotted, sized up, compressed, posted, screenshotted, posted, compressed, screenshotted, posted, compressed before it made its way to you. So of course it's okay to expect that maybe the version of the emails that you saw looked a little bit grainy. Now, of course, if you go to the legitimate House website and you look at the emails posted on there, there'd be no grain in sight. Not to mention that if they were AI, then the White House would be all over it.
Yeah, that might be true. How come Trump hasn't came out and said that they're fake or that they're real?
Well, because he doesn't want to talk about them at all. Because the White House is in crisis mode. He doesn't know what the hell to do. Okay, he just got exposed for blowing Bubba, which we now have more reason to believe is a horse than a man. He got exposed for knowing exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was doing with those girls. This is a political scandal about 1 billion times larger than what got Bill Clinton impeached by the House.
That could have been like intuition.
Lying about what's that?
He could have just like had a dream or something that Jeffrey did it, and like Jeffrey knew about the dream, and it was true, but he didn't know if like Trump actually knew.
Okay,
But
yeah,
he's like,
and this could all be a fairy tale, and you're King Arthur.
I did actually play him in a play.
Well, but shit, maybe that wasn't even a play. That's just real life. It's all a fairy tale. You're King Arthur, and quite frankly, I'm Aang from Avatar. Right? It really could be the case.
Hey, it shaves a head.
It really could be the case, right? Now, at this point, are we just speaking words into existence, whatever we want them to be? Do you think that you're a goddamn prophet of God, that you could just think of something and then speak it into existence?
I haven't tried it yet. That's like manifestation.
It seems like that's what you've done. Every word you've spoken so far in this live. You support Trump because of your own delusions. You support Trump because of a made-up fairy tale version of reality inside of your own head.
Yeah, I dream. I definitely dream.
Well, I think that you're daydreaming right now if you want to suggest that Donald Trump didn't know what Epstein was doing and he's been lying about that.
No, I said
for the last 20 years.
No,
okay, so then why do you support him as president considering the fact that he's been lying about this for the last 20 years?
I feel like I have to support him.
Why is that?
Because I'm up here.
Because you're up here. No, you don't have to support him.
I did vote for him in Was it?
Okay, so do you want to give me a legitimate argument, or should I kick you? I'm going to give you around 10 seconds to decide.
You could kick me.
Okay, thank you for
Back off.
deciding. Let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yeah, guys. So somebody in the YouTube chat say Avatar reference, dude. Oh my god, I've been watching it like for the last like week or two. It's been like all I've been doing in my free time. I'm on like season 3 right now. What like genuinely like what a good show. What a great show. Okay, Avatar: The Last Airbender is like gold. Okay. Right, but let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now, guys. If you are inside of that queue, just make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. That's at least 18 years old. Also, make sure that you're ready and willing to debate. Hello, Filthy Frankman. Are you following our rules? Are you MAGA, an American and an adult, or are you banned?
Yeah, I'm a MAGA and I'm an adult. Well, I'm 17. And
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got that next guest connecting right now. All right, here we go. They're loading in. Hello, are you here to debate or are you banned?
I'm here to debate, bro.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 17.
All right, guys. Well, I don't know if I need to say it again. Really sad that I do, but you got to be at least 18. You got to be at least 18. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Not fully, but yes, I do.
Okay. All right, brother. Woof. I just find it so hard. I find that so hard to do. Let me thank 4 people. Then I'll pass you the mic. You're my friend. Serena, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says WTW Serena? Thank you for the love. Let's show some love to Serena down below in that chat. That is SIERNA. Thank you so much. As well as I'd like to show some love to Chloe for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you, Chloe. Sophia with a 10 who says, hey, Dean, I go to University of Tennessee in Knoxville, and I'm super liberal and I see Republicans. Your live streams help keep me sane. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that, Sophia. Thank you for being here. I'm happy that the live streams help. And thank you so much for the $10. As well as Ducky, thank you for the $10 as well as, and I'll look for that email. Thank you for the $10, Ducky. Now, sir, go ahead and take it away, Abraham. How the hell do you still support the worst administration and the predator president, Mr. Trump?
So we were put in a situation where you have to pick between Camilla or Trump.
Her name is pronounced Kamala.
Kamala. All right, Kamala. She wasn't going to be any better for the country.
All right. Well, I find that claim to be complete and utter bullshit and definitely without any evidence. Prove me wrong.
See-
What is the evidence for that claim that you think a Harris presidency would have been the same as a Trump presidency? I don't know. I guess I don't remember her running on policy to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. I don't remember her running on infringing on the Constitution 5 times in 10 months. I don't remember her running on deploying the Army, the Marines, the Navy, and the other branches of our
But
military
why do
into
people
American
why do
cities
people
and
depend on
declaring
the
an
government for
insurrection.
healthcare?
So some people depend on the government for healthcare since they wouldn't be able to get healthcare themselves since it's too expensive and they make too little.
See, I'm a middle class. I pay for my own healthcare. Like, why can't people do that?
Well, because,
Everyone could do that. They just decide they only want to work a certain amount of hours so they could benefit from these government benefits.
well, I definitely find that to be, quite frankly, bullshit. Okay. Point number 1, I don't think that there should be any work requirement on Medicaid. Sonny, thank you for the galaxy. I do agree that our government should incentivize employment. I just don't think that we should incentivize employment by kind of dangling it over essential social services. Point number 2, many individuals are on Medicaid or Medicare because they're disabled, because they can't work, because they're elderly. And point number 3, once again, not everybody has enough money to pay for healthcare. Healthcare is a very expensive thing, which explains perfectly why we should offer state-funded healthcare to low-income Americans, so they're not having to shell out like $1,000 a month.
See, but that's the thing. Even with SNAP and all EBT and all that, there is people that really need it. But the problem is, a lot of people take advantage of it, and they don't really need it, but it's still so easy to get it that they get it.
I think that this is a big old losing argument, okay? This is exactly why the Democrats swept coast to coast in elections 2 weeks ago at this point, and exactly why the Democrats are going to sweep clean in the midterms. It's because we have a president who refused to abide by a court order and take emergency funding from Congress and delegate it towards food stamp benefits for the 42 million Americans that are relying on them, including the 16 million American children. He said, no, I'm going to let them starve. And then your response to that isn't to criticize him, isn't to say that's a bad move, but rather to say you agree with it because they're abusing the benefits. Okay, like you understand that lower income brackets, we see a propensity for the individuals in them to be on the right. Okay, so this is your own base that you're dissing. This is like Donald Trump's base that he's harming disproportionately so. And guess what? Those people are going to leave that base and they're going to vote for the Democrats at the midterms with this rhetoric. People need to eat. People need to go to the hospital. And until you could recognize that as a fact, I think that you're going to be on the losing side of history.
Why are we depending on government? Get to work.
Okay, so you're saying that they should just go work more. Well, first and foremost, simply exerting more labor into your work doesn't mean that you will be paid more. I think that teachers work harder than Barron Trump, yet they're paid about 1 billion times less. Second of all, right, even if it is the case that you're not working, I still think that you should have access to benefits like Medicaid, because I think that it's an essential social program, and we agree that essential social programs should not have a work requirement on them, like driving on public roadways, calling the cops or calling the firefighters. Think about it this way: the tax dollars that you pay go to building those roads, funding the cops and funding the firefighters. Would you ever say in your lifetime that an unemployed American shouldn't be able to drive on the roads or call the cops?
No, if they have their own car, if they have money to buy a car and drive, they should have money to eat.
Okay, so I don't think that you responded to my question. Could you please respond to my question? Do you think that there should be a work requirement on calling the cops or driving on public roadways?
No, there shouldn't. There shouldn't, but we're not that.
Okay, so you are okay. So you are okay with like the average American's tax dollars being used to spend on social programs that should be accessible to like unemployed or low-income Americans. So I don't understand where the disconnect lies within you making that same connection to a service such as Medicaid that makes this country as a whole better off, extends lifespans, and keeps people from dying.
My thing is, people that really need it, they should be on it. But you don't understand that there's so many people that take advantage of all these benefits.
How? I just don't even I don't get it. How can you take advantage of Medicaid?
I know people that are married but only say that only one works. So they'll be getting money under the table, but only one works.
Okay, so
And
you're
able to
suggesting
get
that
on
somebody will get like paid under the table just to go and get Medicaid. Okay, well, like
Yes.
point number one, when this occurs, I feel like we could try to reduce the amount of individuals that are doing this, not by like taking Medicaid away as a blanket statement
they're
from
not-
10
they're
million
not-
low-income Americans, but rather by specifically targeting individuals that are committing tax fraud, right? Like
I
this is
don't-
like
I
this
don't
is like saying because some people speed on public roadways, because some people will drive on the roads without a driver's license, that therefore we should just shut the roads down point blank period. Like obviously not. No, the more responsible approach to
But-
reducing
but
the amount
see,
of
that's
individuals
what's
that take
happening. They're not-
advantage. No, one moment. Obviously, the responsible approach to reduce the amount of individuals taking advantage of our public roadways by driving on them without a driver's license or not renewing their registration is to have some cops patrolling the roads and pulling individuals over with expired registration and ensuring when they make traffic stops for speeding that the individual driving has a license. Not to just close the roadways down as a whole. Very similarly, the way to respond to like individuals committing tax fraud, getting paid under the table, then claiming Medicaid, right, isn't to kick everybody off of Medicaid, isn't to say go fuck you, go die to like 10 million low-income Americans, but is rather to like specifically examine who is committing tax fraud and to ensure that Americans aren't right generating an income under the table from an employer without a W-2 and not paying taxes.
See, if I'm not mistaken, I may be. I'm not saying I'm 100% sure, but like the blue bill and all that, like the big blue bill, whatever it is, it's not taking
Blue
that.
bill.
It's not taking that away. It's they're just making it harder to get on it.
Blue
Am I
bill.
am I mistaken?
Well, no, you are a little bit mistaken. You're half right, half wrong. So they are just simply taking it away from so many people by defunding Medicaid by $900 billion over the course of the next 10 years, not letting an ACA subsidy or letting an ACA subsidy expire, which will increase the premiums for people on Medicaid through the ACA by 300%, which does effectively take it away regardless if they're working or not, right, by making it unaffordable. But the sense that you're half right in is that they're also making the requirements to get on Medicaid more stringent by imposing a work requirement, and I just don't think it should have a work requirement.
I mean, I think people that deserve it should have it, but there is a lot of
do you
people
think that there
take
should be a
advantage
work
of it.
requirement on Medicaid?
Yes,
Okay. Do you think that there should be a work requirement on calling the cops?
that's two different things. It's not the same thing.
I'm going to make the connection for you.
You call the cops because you want them to help you, not because you like you're calling them for your selfish reasons.
So you go to the hospital because they want them to help you.
Yeah, but you shouldn't get that for free. I mean, whatever
So then
happened,
why should he
know,
get the cops for free?
your arguments don't make any sense.
Well, it's
That's
not
like
even
the
an
other
argument.
day-
It's a question.
What do you mean? You call the cops.
Have
You
I called the
them.
cops?
You
Yeah.
make that
yeah.
decision to call them. You make that decision
Right,
to
just
call
like
them.
you make the decision to go to the hospital. I don't know.
Okay, but then you shouldn't have to. If you make that decision, go to the hospital, then have money to pay for it. Have insurance.
Okay, so then therefore, if you make the decision to call cops, have the money to pay for them. Don't let it be funded by the taxpayer.
Or don't call them at all. I don't call, like you don't have to call the cops.
Right. So now,
You
so,
call them
so
when you
now,
want them
so
to
now we
help
are
you,
getting
when you
down to
want
the
to
point.
benefit from
So,
it.
so now we are getting down to the point of arguing that if you're not employed, you shouldn't call the cops. Is that the conclusion? That's a little bit absurd.
No, you see, people call the cops because they're going to benefit from it.
All right. People go to the hospital because they're going to benefit from it. I want you to answer this question very directly. Okay. I want to make it clear. I agree that there shouldn't be a work requirement on calling the cops, but this question will really help us examine your view to see if we can make any connection here. Okay. Are you ready for the question?
Yes,
Do you promise that you will try to answer it directly?
yes.
What are the specific reasons why there should not be a work requirement on access to local police forces?
There shouldn't be a work requirement because people call them when it benefits them.
Okay, that's a really strange reason, but I could work with it. So you're saying that there shouldn't be a work requirement on access to local police forces because when individuals call the cops and access said force, they're doing so because they need them?
Wait, what was that? I didn't hear you. My phone's cutting out. What was
Of course
that?
you didn't hear me. Are you saying the reason why there shouldn't be a work requirement on access to local police forces is because when individuals do access local police forces, it's because they need them?
I didn't. Hold on.
What's going on? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? This is super easy.
No, because I'm driving. I have my headphones in.
Okay, you should have told us that a while ago, Abraham. I'm not going to take up like 100% of your mental capacities while you're trying to drive on the road. Abraham, feel free to hop back inside of that queue after you're done driving, okay? But I'm not going to do that one to you, okay? Public safety is important here. What's up, AK? Do you support Trump?
I do not support Trump.
That's awesome, man. But we are just looking for people that do. You do take care. If you do find yourself in the guest request, make sure that you're following our rules. You just got to be an American. You got to be an adult, and you got to support Trump as president. Hello, Kayla. Are you following those rules? Are you MAGA?
Hello, yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
2007.
Fantastic. Let me thank three people here. Then I'll pass you that mic. Storm Father.
All right.
Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you. Who says, I've been a welder, a mechanist, an aircraft mechanic, all in the last 10 years. None of them offered a healthcare plan, right? Which is exactly why people need the ACA. Thank you for the $10, Storm. Show some love to Storm down below in that chat. Also, show some love to Shannon down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Shannon, for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Shannon with the 25 bucks says, having appliances installed and you're streaming on YouTube, the installers are cracking up with how you're crushing MAGA. Yo, Shannon and the installers working on those appliances. I love all of you guys. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for the $25, Shannon. Kai, thank you for the $4. Lydia with the $5 who says, happy birthday, Parker. I don't know where that came from. Parker with the $10 who says, Avatar is great with our current political climate. I would implore you to watch One Piece. I'll check it out too. Thank you, Parker. Then Ara, that is ARYIH. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for spending the time to educate others. Thank you so much for the love, Ara. Thank you for the $10. And then Susan, oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Susan, that is absolutely insane. You are so kind. You are so generous. I do not deserve that. Thank you so much for your kindness. Susan, thank you a billion times over. I want to see 1,000 Susan W's for the $100 on PayPal. Seriously, you guys, please show some love to her. Susan with $100 says, Dean, another week. Keep kicking ass, Susan. Thank you for being here. I'm happy that you enjoyed this stream. Good to see you again. And thank you once again, one last time here, so much for your great kindness. Now, Caleb, the mic is yours. Tell us how you still support this predator president, Mr. Trump. I mean, just total loss. He's a terrible person with a terrible character, terrible president with terrible policies. There's no redeeming qualities whatsoever of the Trump administration.
I only support him because of the immigration control
I think I need to ensure that you are how old you're telling us you are. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do.
So when you're driving on a public roadway and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, if you're on the side of the dotted yellow line, what does that mean for you? And she left before I even finished the question. See, that's why it's nice to have questions to ensure that the people that we're talking to aren't fetuses, because how would a 15-year-old know how the hell to answer that one, right? So she left very, very, very quickly. Kayla, get the hell out of here. Don't be lying about your age now. Let's move on to the next guest. If you happen to be a part of the 14.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, welcome in, folks. Today's sure an interesting day. The White House is in crisis mode. Trump is crumbling in front of our very own eyes, and we're still trying to get people to stop supporting him. Hello, do you support Trump? Arian? You have exactly 5 seconds to answer.
I just wanted to ask a question.
I'm going to take that as a big old no. You do take care. Moving on to the next guest, Jonathan. There will be exactly 0 exceptions to the rules today, folks. 0 exceptions. If you're not an American adult that supports Trump, you will be very promptly and swiftly removed, regardless of your reason for coming up. So I do just want you guys to keep that one in mind. Sometimes I certainly feel bad kicking people from the stream, but we're doing 0 exceptions today. LUCCI. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am, and I'm 18 years old.
Okay, and you're 18 years old. So answer me this. For the last 4 months, Trump has been telling Congress to not vote for the release of the Epstein files, considering it to be an act of hostility against the administration, right? But now that the walls have crumbled and almost everybody in Congress is on board with the release of the Epstein files, regardless of what Trump has to say, Trump is now coming out and telling people to vote for the release of the Epstein files. Why do you think he changed his mind so quickly? What happened?
I honestly, I couldn't really tell you. Would you be able to inform me on it, because I don't know that.
Well, I don't know either. I'm just curious why you support him, man. Like, dude's a predator with terrible policy. Why do you support him as president?
So obviously, I think parents have a big influence on who kids support, right? My father's Republican, my mom's Democrat, and my father has always, like, I don't know, he's always told me that. And I've kind of seen that whenever Trump has been in office, that usually things run a little more smoothly. And when there is a Democrat in office like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, other countries don't take us so serious because
that is just age-old propaganda that you couldn't suggest any evidence for, okay? Biden wasn't the one that got played by Putin. Trump is. Biden wasn't the one that got 23 of our allies to stop all small partial shipment to this country. Trump is. Biden isn't the one that made a trade deal with Canada, called it shit and repealed it.
They're all
Trump
different situations, right? They're all different situations. I mean, when Trump was in office and when Biden was in office, they had different problems going on. Obviously, they're not going to be the same. Obviously, Biden's not going to deal with the same thing Trump did.
Well, I'm just saying, obviously, I think that it's quite obvious, to use that word again, that I think respect for the USA is at an all-time low in modern American history with Trump as our president. Like, I mean, we're getting laughed at on the global stage because we decided to make an adjudicated rapist president. We're getting laughed at on the global stage because we decided to let somebody that tried to coup our government and rig the outcome of an election, had his supporters smear their shit on the walls inside of our Capitol and try to kill cops at the Capitol, right? Pardon, label them as patriots, be our president again. I think this idea that Donald Trump brings respect and demands support to this country has just been tried and proven false from 2016 till now.
Do you think when Biden was in office, we did as a U.S. as a country as a whole, we did significantly better than when Trump had his first term?
I think our policy passed. I think our Congress passed significantly better policy.
Like what?
Okay. I'll name my 3 favorite policies by Biden, then you name your 3 favorite policies of Trump. For me, under Biden, one of them would be the PACT Act, which was an $800 million investment into the expansion of the VA, allowed over 1 million veterans that weren't covered before to now have coverage to be able to go to the VA and access healthcare. My second favorite policy had to be the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a multi-million-dollar investment into both non-renewable energy resources and renewable energy resources alike, while also reducing our deficit over the course of the next 10 years. What a banger. And then my third favorite policy had to have been the infrastructure bill. That was a $1 trillion investment into infrastructure projects across this country to not only renew said infrastructure, but also to create more jobs and help us rebound from the pandemic. What are your favorite Trump policies? Name 3.
Okay. Well, first off, I think he did a good job lowering the corporate tax rate from 35% to like 21%. I think it might be wrong, but
So you
I
like
think-
his tax
I think that's
cuts?
pretty close. I thought that was beneficial. I mean, for me at least.
So, I mean, I just don't think it's a good thing to be a shill for the billionaires. The Big Beautiful Bill's most recent round of tax cuts was not only the most expensive bill ever passed through the American Congress at $4.5 trillion, but it took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans by defunding Medicaid by $900 billion, took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans by defunding SNAP benefits by $156 billion, and is reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, which is going to impact 156 million American citizens, right? While at the same time only helping you more the more you make, giving the top 1% of income earners in this country an extra 3% back per year. I mean, I think that wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich as is in a vacuum is terrible. But when we're doing said wealth redistribution at a point in American history where our wealth income inequalities today are the same as France before the revolution, it's just straight up stupid.
Okay. I just had one last question to close this off, and if you agreed with the criminal justice reform when he reduced certain federal prison sentences and I mean, I think it was also for like nonviolent drug offenses.
So you're,
and,
so you're going to be talking about. So what you're talking about is a First Step Act. Yeah, good bill. Congress tried to pass that under Obama. The Republicans said, no, we're going to wait to pass it until we have a Republican in office. But, you know, who doesn't agree with the First Step Act would be Trump, as he's contradicting it today. You know, he's now calling for the death penalty for DRUG dealers, which is in direct confliction with the First Step Act. So even he doesn't support it. Now, you said that was your last question. Do you mind if I ask you my last question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you still support Donald Trump as president if he had raped a woman?
If he had raped a woman, no, I would not.
A civil court proved in 2023 that he raped a woman. Unanimous ruling from 9 jurors.
What was her name?
E. Jean Carroll.
I will look into that.
Okay. Well, do you want to just look into it right now and live with me? I have
Yeah. Because that's actually really disturbing for me.
Yeah, I have like all the resources pulled up like right now. Let's see if we could click through our files here. I should really take all the screenshots I've saved and like segregate them into like different folders, so I could like, you know, just click on like the E. Jean Carroll folder. Okay, so here's the first thing I'm going to show you. Let's make this a little bit smaller here. Give me a second. So this is a headline from the Washington Post, which just goes over how the judge in the case clarified that, yes, Donald Trump was found to have raped Miss Carroll. And then the second thing that I'm going to pull up here is actually going to be the jury verdict form, which is a court document publicly available on nycourts.gov. And we'll break this one down too here very, very quickly. So if you look at question 1 on this form, it says, did Trump grape E. Jean Carroll? Question 2 says, did Trump sexually assault Miss Carroll? Jury selected no for grape, but yes for sexual assault. That's because in the state of New York at the time, they defined grape legally as a penetration of the female member with a male member unconsensually. But what Trump did to E. Jean Carroll was a penetration of her female member with his fingers unconsensually, which only met the legal statute of sexual assault. However, this is something that we all understand colloquially to be grape, and this is something that now the courts of New York understand to be grape, as they updated their legal definition last year.
Okay. Is there like any like actual like evidence of it, like any photographs or any like video proof?
So now this is a ruling from a court. So of course, rulings from a court would require actual evidence.
Right. Okay, but why wouldn't they like release that to the public for everybody to see?
This was released to the public.
Evidence?
Yeah. The evidence was released to the public because the court trials and said proceedings documented inside of the court records are public.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's very messed up, and honestly, you kind of have me questioning my whole what side I'm on now. So
Could I make it even worse for you?
go ahead. Yeah.
He's also sexually exploited naked women and naked girls by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. And he's boasted about it like it was a good thing.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, you could find that one by going on YouTube, typing in Trump, Howard Stern, Miss Teen USA. You're going to find around a 4-minute clip published on CNN's YouTube channel 9 years ago, which is simply just a recording from the Howard Stern show in August of 2005. It's not like a CNN twist or anything. It's just a recording. And Donald Trump goes, you know, something else I'll do, Howard Stern, is, well, because I'm the owner of these pageants, I'll allow myself to go into their dressing rooms. And they have no clothes on. There's no men around. They're private women's spaces. And I'll look at them. And they look so great. And I kind of get away with it.
Hey, I do think you bring up really, really good points, and honestly, I need to do a whole lot more research because there's so many things that I don't know still. So I just want to say thank you for educating me. I'm a student here at ASU, Arizona State. I'm gonna go do some research now.
You got it, man. You have a good rest of your day.
Awesome, thank you, man. Thank you, Dean.
Of course,
Later.
of course, of course, of course. Let's go and load that next guest up in here. The live stream's already kicking ass today. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, dude, we're only 42 minutes into the stream and we're already changing minds. What a beautiful day. Laser is lagging really bad. I'm not even gonna start that dialogue because of said lag. Welcome in, Hannah. Do you support Trump?
No, not me, but my stepdad does.
Hannah, I'm so sorry. I kicked you just because I heard no, not me. If you're with your stepdad and you could get him on the mic right now, feel free to hop back in that queue. What's up, Maple? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Ooh, so embarrassing for you, Maple. What about you, Tristan? Do you support Trump?
Yes, but not as a person.
Okay, all right. So Tristan, if you could disconnect any external mic that you have plugged into your phone, that would be great. I'm going to go ahead and take it away and talk to you too before I do. Let me just thank a couple people here. Mazu, that is M-A-Z-U-U. Thank you for the 10 euros over on Super Chat, who says, Dean, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Mazu. And Karen with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Karen and Mazu. You guys are absolutely, quite frankly, bigly awesome. Thank you so much, Karen and Mazu. A couple other people to thank you over on Venmo. Stevani, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, haven't been able to watch the live for a while until today, but don't worry, keep up on YouTube. And I'm so proud of you for handling these evil people. Stevani, it has been a while. I hope that you've been well, and thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Stevani W's down below. Let's also get 100 Amanda W's for the $10. Shout out to you and your partner. Thank you so much, Amanda. Jack, thank you for the $10, who says, my girlfriend Abby and I are huge fans. Today's her birthday. Wish her happy birthday. Dude, happy birthday, Abby. And thank you so much, Abby and Jack, for being fans of what we do here. Huge shout out to Abby and Jack. And Zoe, thank you for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Shannon, once again, thank you for the $25. I did thank you earlier, though. We're all caught up over on Venmo, over on PayPal. The Little Dog Shop, thank you for the 16 Australian dollars. Thank you for the love, who says, it's my birthday. I love listening to you every morning from Australia. You do a great job. All the love to you. All the love to Australia. And happy fucking birthday. We have so many birthdays today. That's awesome. That's great. Thank you guys so much for the love. Seriously, I really appreciate everyone so much for your kindness. Now let's just go and hop back into those conversations. I'm going to go and unmute Tristan. I'm going to go and unmute Maple. You guys take it away. Tell me why the hell you support the worst president of your goddamn lives.
Can I come back in like 10, 15 minutes?
Of course, we'll be live for 4 hours. Maple, it looks like it's just you. Lost your support there. Tell us why the hell, once again, you support the worst president. Preface on the worst president of your goddamn life, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
All right. Well, I mean, he's 6'7". So he's 67, right?
I think Maple's losing.
That's not funny, bro. Come on. Dean, bruh. Dean, you could laugh.
Yeah, I'll laugh just to make you feel better. Let's go and move on to the next Trump supporter right now, guys. We're going to go to get them loaded up into the box right now, folks. Here we go. We got Matthias loading in. Hello, Matthias. Do you support Trump? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, band. Gabby, do you support Trump?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Child, band. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Holy shit, chat. Very difficult time we're having here today to try to find the next debater. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Fuck no. Fuck that rapist.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest, Base. We got, hopefully, that next Trump supporter connecting to the stream right now, guys. Like I said, super duper hard to find anybody. Anybody today. Welcome in, Frank. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, I can definitely tell the type of person you are. Your name is Frank Ocean Fans are fake depressed. Definitely can tell the type of person you are. Definitely can tell the type of person you are. So, yeah, man, can you disconnect any type of Bluetooth device you got connected to your phone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. And you said that you're 18?
Yeah.
And you support the worst president of your life. Why is that? Why do you support a predator as president?
I think he's gonna make this country great.
Okay, why?
He's getting all the sissy liberals out of office.
Getting all the sissy liberals out of office. How many continents are there?
7.
And name 5 of them.
6, 7. No.
Yeah. Uneducated, opinion disregarded. Do you want to use more than 2 brain cells to try to make an argument here?
I just came in to troll, actually, like you. My bad.
We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA guys, please. I actually don't believe him. I was looking at his reposts. They were like anti-woman, very pro-Trump. I don't think he was a troll. Hello, Jaden. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Jaden, how old are you then?
I'm 18.
Okay. Everyone's 18 today. I wonder why. Real quick, could you show some love to Catherine down below in that chat?
Catherine.
Oh, thank you, the Galaxy.
Yeah. W Catherine.
For the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, Catherine. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. So good to see you today, and thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 500 big Catherine W's. Catherine with a K, by the way, in all of our live chats. Thank you so much, Catherine. And you're right. I might just have to clip that. And love you, Dean. Love you too, Catherine. Thank you so much for your kindness. Also, DK, good to see you again. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I've not seen that PBS article that you're referencing, DK. I'll check it out right now. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will be able to show some love to DK and Catherine down below in that chat for the love while we give this MAGA 18-year-old the mic to tell us why the hell they support the worst president of their lifetime. Take it away, Jaden.
My parents, they're both, well, my stepdad and my mom, they're both, I guess, Trump supporters, but like I guess since I just turned, not just turned 18, but like ever since I did, I have been like kind of looking into politics a little bit more, I guess, since I can vote now.
Okay.
But like I don't know which side to lean on, but since I guess I grew up
So you're basically telling us that you don't really support Trump with much evidence, and the only reason why you do support him is because of the way that you were raised?
I do like from based on what I've seen, like gas prices and stuff like that.
Oh,
like,
gas prices. Yeah. I don't think that Donald Trump is doing absolutely anything to reduce the price of gas. What is he doing?
That's the thing. I'm trying to get educated. Like I'm asking you basically. Like
okay, well, if you're more so just looking for like an introduction to like education on like American politics, what I'd honestly recommend is watching the stream compared to being on it and debating. Since the premise of the live stream is, Trump supporter comes up here with an argument that they believe it justifies their support for Trump, and I describe to them why they're wrong. But then the secondary fact of that is for the viewers to then say, well, hey, maybe here's like really good reasons why Donald Trump's a bad president, to kind of gain that education, so on and so forth. So Jaden, I really do appreciate you for joining, man, but I just think that you'll get or have a significantly better time watching in from the chat compared to being on it, since you kind of admit that you don't really have any reasons to support him. But I appreciate you for coming up. Also, Kat, thank you for the motorcycle. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
And how old are you?
19.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president?
You fucking killed Charlie Kirk, you stupid bitch! Why the fuck did you kill him? Why the fuck did you kill Charlie Kirk? Why did you do it? I loved him!
You think I unalive Charlie Kirk? We got to go back to TikTok safe language. The bans have been getting pretty bad.
I know it was you. Just be honest, please.
Oh,
you're framing him. You're framing him.
Are you saying that like I literally pulled the trigger?
Bro, no. You gave him 10 bans to murk him. He sent me the messages.
Okay, all right. I think that he's trolling. If that one wasn't obvious. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Listen, Fox News is going to clip that. They're going to believe you baselessly. The next thing I know, I'm going to have the Secret Service knocking on my door. What's up, Keith? Do you support Trump? Banned! Moving on to the next guest. We're going to go get the next guest, Julia, loaded up into the box, guys. Yeah, the Secret Service is going to knock on my door, guys. They're going to be like, Dean, Fox News said you killed Kirk. What do you have to say for yourself? And then I'm going to be like, I definitely was planning to go to UVU, but then changed my mind last second. Which is true, but it's going to look suspicious. What's up? Do you support Trump, Julia?
Yo, your Discord mods are like harassing me and my friends in our server. Like they joined our server and they're harassing us.
Ooh, well,
they're threatening to dox us, and
my Discord mods are threatening to dox people?
They're yours, yeah. Do you know Chloe?
Do you want to? I don't. Do you want to send me a message on Discord detailing the specifics?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Julia. That'll be taken seriously. It'll be taken very seriously. Thank you for the heads up. Send me a message on Discord detailing the specifics. I'll have to look into that one. My Discord mods threatening to dox people. If they are, that's definitely not acceptable. and they'll be demoted 110%. But like I said, send me a message on Discord, Julia. What's up? Do you support Trump? Yeah, he definitely does. We're going to move on to the next guest, though. It sounds like that guy's a little bit preoccupied. Moving on to the next guy. Next guest right here. What's up, Leslie? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I do not, but I think it is important to...
I'm really sorry, Leslie. You have a good rest of your day because we are just looking for people that do. Guys, please follow our rules. Like we're enforcing them full-heartedly. Whoopsies. Thank you for the button. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
25.
God, and you support this idiot. Why?
Because first off, he's the commander-in-chief, man. This shit fake, man.
So he's the commander-in-chief? Okay, he is. So he's the president. Doesn't change the fact that he's an idiot or a predator. Or
Right, like as soon as he gets out of office, I'm not going to support him, but like...
So why do you support him while he is in office?
DOD.
You're DOD?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you actually have like more reason than anybody else to not support him. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I know, sadly.
From enemies overseas or domestic, right?
Domestic, yeah, sadly.
Right, I think that Donald Trump's a domestic threat to the Constitution. He's only infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in the last 11 months.
Sadly, I can't argue against that.
Right, which is exactly why you shouldn't support him as president. Okay, just because his boss doesn't mean that you got to like him. In fact, I think it's very frequent that people have bosses that they don't support because they think that their boss is bad at their job.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So then why do you consider yourself to be a Trump supporter?
DOD, man. It's fake, man.
Okay, it's just going in a loop. It's just going in a loop. Okay, moving on to the next guest, guys. I'm like spending less time like entertaining myself with like just our conversations that objectively are just going nowhere whatsoever. James, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, man. He says, Dean, love watching these and seeing the arguments that you provide makes me feel I'm doing it right. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that, James. Show some love to James down below in that chat for the 10, as well as Gina. That is J-G. Sorry, I-N-I. Well, I-N-A, sorry, I can't spell, I can't speak. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And then Sonny, thank you for the Illuminated TV over on TikTok. What's going on? New guest, MLC Viper, do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
that's so embarrassing, dude. What's up, D-O-T-R-I-G, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, that's so embarrassing for you. Well, how about this? Let's get a panel going. Let's do like a 1v4. Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, guys. Go to put a me in the chat if you are an American adult that supports Trump and you want to come up here and have a conversation with us. You know, let's build that panel, okay? Right? If you're a Trump supporter and you've ever like kind of wanted to debate me, you are never going to have a better chance than right now to try to get one over since we're going to be doing like a 1v4. So go ahead. Put a me in that comment section. I'll invite you up. All right? I just legitimately don't think that we have many Trump supporters in here. Sonny, I appreciate you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. We're looking for him. We're not really seeing anybody in that comment section. Look at the chat. Why don't we see many people? Maybe me's blocked. How about this? Go ahead and put a invite because I think the word me is blocked. The word me is blocked. Put an invite. Just type invite in that chat if you want to join up. May, thank you so much for the well dive, and I appreciate you. There we go. Now we're getting all the people to say invite. Also, guys, please don't troll. Please don't waste my time. Please, please, just don't waste my time, guys. Don't do it. Don't waste my time, man. Okay, all right. We're still looking for that third guest. We're inviting a bunch of people up that are finding their way into that queue. Bunch of people up. If you troll, you're gonna get banned very quickly. Keep in mind, we're just looking for some debates. Corey, are you MAGA? Corey, you got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Corey's banned. Thaya Rose, are you MAGA? Thaya Bossa Nova? Oh, nope, they left too. All right, guys, this is why I don't want you to troll. Please, like, Lord, do not troll if you find yourself wanting to come up here and have a conversation with us. Just don't do it.
Do a 1v2.
I want to make it a little bit harder on myself. We will inevitably be reduced down to a 1v2 here soon, though. Tyree, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Tyree, your mic sucks, man. I'm sorry, man. I got to kick you. What's going on, McGuire? Do you support Trump? Not even here. All right. We got Ashton loading up into the box. We're still looking for that third and fourth person. Who's it going to be? We got Sean down below in that chat. We got Jen. Jen, I sent you an invite. Love to have you up. Let me know if you want an invite down below in that chat by just dropping the word invite. We got Jen. We got Mason invited too. Hello, Jen. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right. Perfect, Jen. What's going on, Mason? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Wow, look at that. We got a panel of 4. Perfect, folks, for everybody tuning in. We're going to do a 1v4 debate. One person that doesn't support Trump, 4 people that do. Let's see who wins. Now, honestly, I want to start with a good question here that I haven't asked in a while. I think that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution. That's one of the many reasons why he should not be president. We're going to go down the list, starting at Mason, ending with MLC Viper. I just want a yes or no. Do you think Donald Trump is a grave threat to the American Constitution? Take it away, Mason.
Honestly, yes.
But still support it.
I will agree on that.
Jesus Christ. Jen.
Yes. On some things, yes.
What the hell? Dio.
Yeah, I'd say so. But
what the fuck? MLC Viper.
No.
Okay, MLC, you're going to be the oddball that I'm going to shit on later by bringing up his attack on the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, the 10th, the 4th, the 2nd, and the 1st. But before I do that with you, I first want to address Dio, Jen, and Mason. So you guys all support Trump as president while also agreeing that he's a threat to the American Constitution. Do you guys self-identify as traitors?
Nah, not really. You know, like just on like a good day, you know, I'll support him. You know, on a bad day, maybe not. You know, just depends.
Okay, I think that Dio Trick is a troll. So now it's just left with Mason and Jin, the two of you guys that I don't think are trolling. Why the hell do y'all still support Trump as president, even though you guys agree that he is a grave threat to the American Constitution?
I just agree with like his economical, like stance and like everything he has.
His economic stance. Okay, so what's one economic policy that he's passed that you agree with? Jason, thank you for the motorcycle. Okay, gagged.
I mean, like the protecting our borders.
Okay, well, protecting our borders would be immigration policy, not economic policy. So it seems like we're shifting the goalposts here. But what about you, Jin and MLC Viper? Do you guys think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is a good thing?
I believe that anybody, I would say, like people who've been here like for a long period of time, who have not caused any damage to America or anything like that, should be staying here. But the ones that are crossing the borders like now, jumping over the borders, I think it needs to change. Like the ones that have felonies, that have done bad things here, I would say.
Okay, I just find it hypocritical to suggest that you shouldn't be able to immigrate into this country if you're a felon, but you should be able to become president of this country if you're a felon.
Right. I get that. I'm not saying that what he has done in the past shouldn't be like not held accountable, because he should be. But I don't think that changes how I feel about him being our president.
Okay, well, I mean, I think it should change how you feel about him being our president, because if you think that he should be held accountable for his felonies, and we also recognize the fact that the only reason he wasn't and was given a sentence of nothing is because he was made the president again, thereby it is the presidency that allowed him to circumvent accountability for his felonies, would introduce a confliction within your beliefs.
Right, but I mean, I'm just saying people go to court and get off. They might get a felony, but then get a slap on the wrist at the same time.
Okay, but like obviously,
so I mean,
but obviously, if like it's a bad felony, right? There shouldn't be a slap on the wrist, and seemingly, right? If you think it should just be a slap on the wrist, then you would have no reason to support deportation for immigrants with felonies, considering the fact that is much more than said slap on the wrist.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not the fact of like. I don't believe. Okay, so I'm trying to explain myself in my head, how to explain it to you how I feel.
Right, Jen. If you just want to start from the base level and like build up it with you giving me your reasons why you support Trump as president, and Mason and Viper, if you guys want to hop into the conversation at any point, feel free. Let's just start there from a clean slate. So, Jen, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
Okay, so I feel that in the realm of who we had to vote for at the time, between Kamala and Trump. I'm not saying Kamala is a bad person or has done anything bad or anything like that. I just feel that at that time, I feel like Trump was my better selection between the two. Just go ahead.
No, I'll wait for you to finish.
Okay. I've watched you so many times, and I know what you're going to say to me about how she changes who she is, you know, in front of certain crowds, how the way she talks or the way she handles the crowd of wherever she's at. I just don't like that part. That was one of the things where she flip-flopped how she spoke, where I feel like Trump was himself through all of his debates.
What's worse, code switching or like sexually exploiting kids? What's worse, code switching or being best friends with a billionaire child sex trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein, knowing what he was doing and doing it and saying nothing? What's worse, code switching or raping a woman? What's worse, code switching or taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans? What's worse, code switching or running this country into the ground, causing negative GDP growth in the first quarter, likely causing negative GDP growth in the fourth quarter, and causing a mass onslaught of unemployment in this country with one of the worst job reports that we've seen since the early 2000s last month, with 153,000 jobs lost? You know, like, what's worse, like code switching or trying to coup the government like Trump did with the fake elector scheme in 2020 when he literally tried to rig and steal the election from Joe Biden? I just feel like your priorities are just out of whack.
No, I get what you're saying, and I'm not as educated as like my husband is. Like, so my husband tells me a lot of things, and I do educate myself, and I feel like the first term that he had, I wasn't as educated as I learned more as this time around. But it's hard to what I talk about with my husband or whatever when I talk to him about things and when I'm talking to you about things, because I get a little shy on here. But yeah, I don't believe in the whole rape thing. But again, when the whole Biden and Trump thing happened, you know, through the rigging of the thing, from what I've heard, there's time lost in between where he was talking that day. Oh, no, sorry. We're talking about January 6th now. I am so sorry. I just switched that again. I'm talking about January 6th, where he
Jason, thank you for
came
the
on
motorcycle.
for the TV thing where he talked on TV. And there's like a time period where it was like erased that he was also talking. So it made it look like maybe it was being thrown, that he was making it to be more of a war than what it really was, what he was trying to say, if that makes sense, what I'm trying to say.
It doesn't make any sense. Before we talk about J6, can I address one thing that you said? You said, quote unquote, I don't believe in the whole rape thing. I think that denying Trump's a rapist is synonymous to denying that the earth is round, because not only do we have the outcome of that civil court where 9 unanimous jurors agreed that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, supported by the evidence suggested during discovery inside of that court, but we also have the surrounding facts of his character that make it make even more sense than it already does, predicated on that court ruling. Like, as soon as we like open like our minds here and we consider that like he sexualized a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, that's some shit a rapist would do. Okay, he sexually exploited women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and boasted about it like it was cool. That's some shit a rapist would do. Okay, he's hit on his own daughter, calling her a hot piece of ass, saying that he'd be dating her if he wasn't his daughter. That's some shit a shitty man rapist would do. Best friends with Epstein, knew that Epstein was sex trafficking children and was still best friends with him and did and said nothing. That is definitely something a rapist would do, right?
No,
and like, do we like, and that's why I would say that ultimately denying the outcome of this court is just like redundant and just unequivocally bad faith.
No, I know. So the whole Epstein thing. Okay, so there's a picture of him, you know, with Epstein. Was that at his island, or was that just him being in a building with Epstein? Like, does it come out and say he was best friends with Epstein?
He said that Epstein was his closest friend. He said that he liked young women just like Epstein. Epstein sent a private confidential email to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying that Trump's the dog that's never barked. Of course, he was doing what he was doing with those girls, and that Donald Trump had spent hours alone with one of the sex trafficking victims at Epstein's house, right? On top of the fact that maybe there's a suggestion that he'd went to a private meeting with Prince Andrew and Epstein in 2019, according to Epstein, right? On top of many other surrounding facts, like the fact that if he was innocent and the Epstein files did not incriminate him, then why has he been fighting so hard against their release for the last 10 months? I have never seen anybody fight so hard to suppress evidence of their innocence. Make it make sense.
Right, but so if this file was there, again, I've heard somebody say on here before, is why didn't any other president try to get it to be released? Why are we waiting now till Trump's president to try to get it released. When
Well, we have to keep in
it's
mind
been
that
there.
these files only started under Donald Trump in his first administration, leading up to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. And then the reason why they weren't released under the Biden-Harris administration is because those files were being used in active court proceedings surrounding Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and weren't freed up to technically be able to be released until 2024.
Got you. But I also don't think that Trump's going to be the only name on that list that's not going to be incriminating for, many other high people in the courts, in royalty, in other presidents or anything like that. So, I mean, that's also, is not a worry for anybody else that could be on that list. That's
Well, see, the thing that you just said is something I completely agree with unequivocally. Okay, this is like the first point of bipartisanship in this live so far today. You just said Donald Trump is not going to be the only person in a position of power on that list. My takeaway is, therefore, let's get Trump fucking out of office because he's on that list. Let's hold Trump accountable, and let's also hold every single other person on that list accountable. Your takeaway is, because Donald Trump isn't the only person on that list, and there's many others, that we shouldn't care, we should ignore it, and hold no one accountable.
No, I feel like, okay, so if and when it comes out, and if and when Trump's name may or may not be on the list, we haven't seen the list, so I'm not going to say it is or it isn't, because I haven't seen it. But I feel like at that point, everybody should be held accountable for being on that list. But I also feel in many other cases that the world has had, where I feel like other courts and jurors have, other people don't get found guilty for things that are blatantly in their face. And I'm just going to put out there, like the whole Diddy case. There should be many more people in the world that are getting in trouble for the Diddy case and Diddy himself, but yet nothing happens to them.
Right, but you're only furthering that fact by saying that you don't really care that Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein, sent him a letter depicting the body of a naked woman or girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." You don't really care that, according to Epstein, Donald Trump knew exactly what he's doing with those girls, was best friends with them all along, and that Donald Trump has been lying about said nature of his relationship and knowledge of Epstein's crimes for the last 20 years. And you don't care that, according to Epstein, once again, he spent hours alone with one of the sex trafficking victims at Epstein's house, right? Like, you're talking about this issue within like the criminal justice system inside of this country, where terrible men will do terrible things to women and girls and then get away with it. Meanwhile, you're actively furthering the system in which results in said conclusion by sitting here defending Trump in lieu of all these facts.
No, I've heard what you've said before about this with other people, and it's hard because being a woman myself, and I've been in a spot where things have happened to me in the past, and I wanted my person to see justice, and I get that, but I guess I just need, when the files come out, I might change my mind. As of right now, they're just letters. And
why hasn't everything that we've already learned about Trump changed your mind, right? We already know that he sexually exploited women and girls. We already know that he's raped a woman. We already know everything that I just said about the nature of his relationship with Epstein. If those things haven't changed your mind already, then what would? Are you saying, oh, maybe it'll come out that he's raped somebody? That's already been proven. Maybe it'll come out that he sexually exploited kids. That's already been proven. Maybe it'll come out that Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein when Epstein was doing all those things. That's already been proven. Maybe it'll come out that he spent hours alone with the victims. That's already been proven. Maybe it'll come out that Donald Trump liked those things too. Shit, that was already proven by the letter. What else could come out here that would change your mind if none of these things have changed your mind already?
But that's not the only reason why, though. That's.
Could you answer that? I did ask you a direct question. I asked you a very direct question.
I'm sorry.
What else could come out that has not already come out that would change your mind?
At this point, I don't know. I think seeing the file, the Epstein file might change my mind.
Seeing what in the files specifically? What do you need to see?
Well, I just want to, because I know that paperwork is going to be redacted like crazy.
Can you just answer my question? What's an example of something you would see and then say, I no longer support Trump as president? What would it be? Murder?
No. Yes, murder would be yes. If he murders somebody, yes, that definitely would.
Anything else?
Is there victims? Is there victims that I have victim stories that I haven't read or seen?
Okay, so victims. So what would he have to do to somebody for you to stop supporting him? Rape, sexual exploitation, what is it?
I can't say any of those because you've already debunked all those.
Right, we've already
So I
proven that
can't-
they've already happened. So then what is it? Right? Like what
I mean,
what would Donald
that's
Trump
hard.
have to have been listed within the Epstein files as doing for you to stop supporting him?
I guess he's done all the things that I would say
Exactly.
have to show me.
So why is rape and sexual exploitation not enough?
I get what you're saying. 100%. And like I said, seeing that it's happened to me, and I wanted justice for mine too. So I see what you're saying, and that makes me think.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, and that should really like make this even more clear, right? But I want a genuine answer to this question. I am legitimately curious. Why is rape and sexual exploitation not enough?
It is.
If it is enough, then you wouldn't be on this live.
I guess it's not right. I get what you're saying, but it's not just. It's the whole. Okay, so I think what really. Now I don't know where to go from here because there's other things I want to talk about, but this is like the biggest one out of all of them. But I also want to talk about like my child is trans, and I think it's more of a fear for me than anything. What?
Donald Trump is actively fighting for your child to have less rights than you.
And that worries me, and I am definitely 100% a supporter for my child.
Day one, Donald Trump said, right, being trans is a mental illness. If you are, you can no longer join the military. According to Trump, it is, right? Not according to me. I completely disagree too, right? If you're trans, you can no longer join the military, okay? Your son, your daughter, which one?
Well, he's trans. Well, he was born female, but he's male now.
Okay,
yes.
so your son. So, right, Donald Trump has already took the right away from your son to join the military. That is already one right that you have that he doesn't. Okay? Right now, Donald Trump is also directing the DOJ to try to find a way to ban any and all gun ownership for trans Americans. Okay? Not only is it a blatant infringement upon the Second Amendment, but if he's successful, right, then your child will grow up in a world where they do not have the legal right to defend themselves with any and all firearms because of this president that you support today. Right? How can you sit here and tell me that as a victim of sexual violence, you willingly support a sexual predator, and as the mother of a trans child, you willingly support a president that has already taken their rights away and will continue to do so if they are successful?
I don't have an answer to that because I want my child to have everything in life that he possibly wants.
I'm just surprised that this isn't like a mama bear moment. You know what I mean?
It is. Like I'm definitely a mama bear, and I don't know.
Listen,
I will do anything.
You came here for you came here for honesty, so I'm gonna give you that honesty. Right now, you're not being a good mother.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that
I hate to say that. Like I think that is like one of like
I'm not
the worst
lying.
things
Can you
to
stop
hear.
for a second?
Right?
One of your people said I'm lying. What am I lying about? Because my child is trans. I will protect my child.
I full-heartedly believe you. I full-heartedly believe you. I don't think that you're lying. I'm sorry if anybody is suggesting that you are lying. Like I full-heartedly believe you. Okay? Right? So like right now, I don't think that you're being a good mother. Right? But I think that you have the capability to be a good mother. Okay? I'm talking to you right now. Right? And I'm hearing
I'm trying not to look at your live because I'm gonna cry because that makes my heart hurt. Like I can't. They're like calling me a piece of shit mom and they're calling me a liar when I would literally go to the ends of the earth for my child. And yes, I'm sorry that I voted for Trump, and I'm sorry.
This one is hard.
I'm sorry that I voted for that way. Okay, but I will 100% like take a bullet for my child. I think the where I get off is where I get scared of him going into a bathroom, you know, and that's me as a mom being scared of him going into a male bathroom, being that he is trans and getting hurt. And I understand that people in America are not all like that, but there are some sick people out there. And as a mom, I do worry about that part of I took my child out of school and put him in homeschool because of the bullying and the people who would attack him for being who he was. So
here, let me
that makes me a bad mom.
Listen, I I think, right, that if you are supporting Trump as president, then you're not being a good mother, right? Because Trump is the president of the United States of America getting on a podium saying that your child has a mental illness, saying that your child deserves less rights than you and me, stigmatizing your child, saying that it is complete and utter bullshit, right? It's the result of the liberal hive mind and indoctrination into the quote unquote LGBTQ plus, causing more of that social bullying and discrimination. Like Trump plays a role insofar as why you had to take your child out of school because they were being bullied by their peers. 110%, that's an undeniable fact. So when I said that right now you're being a bad mother, I meant it, but not in the sense that I want to sit here and condemn you, that I want to sit here and criticize you in the furtherance of no objective nor goal, but rather in the sense that I think that you're a bad mother, but you have the availability and the opportunity to be a good mother, because I do genuinely believe that you love your child. I do genuinely believe that you care for your child. And I just want to be able to make the disconnect between those desires of love and care and your support for the person that is attacking your child socially and legally.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. And I think, honestly, like, I didn't really know that he was going after like the military thing or anything like that. So I think that that is an eye-opener for me. And I guess as I'm living every single day, like, I don't think of in the future, I think of every single day, like, my child still gets his medicine, you know, he's still, you know, on the list to get his surgery. Like, those things haven't been taken away from him. So it's kind of like I didn't look at the bigger picture in the out schemes of my child's life, who's 19 years old right now. And, you know, going through all the steps that I've gone through to make it to where my child is, you know, on the list to get top surgery, and he has his testosterone and he has all these things that he needs, you know, and going forward. And today, I didn't think about things that could happen to him in the future that could, you know, take away from his living of life.
I'm very grateful that you decided to join this live. I think that this conversation matters. I think that this conversation, right, is one that I'm very glad we're having right now. Right. And you know, from what you're telling me, right, you seem to really care and love your child. Okay. You're saying,
I love him.
You're saying the things that matter. You're saying the things that make me happy for the future of this country, in the sense that I hope that there are more trans children that will have a similar upbringing to your son and have a mom that supports them, have a mom that accepts them, have a mom that respects their pronouns, has a mom that is willing to help them out and like getting like what is required insofar as sex reassignment surgery, if that's something that they want, HRT, if that's something that they want, so on and so forth. Right. And I just think that now you need to somehow acknowledge and overcome the disconnect between the way that you are representing your values to your son and the way that you are representing your values to the rest of the country and all of the other trans sons and trans daughters of all the other parents in this country, by actively supporting the president that is infringing on the rights of those children, right? Actively supporting the president that is promoting some of the worst social stigmas surrounding trans individuals. Donald Trump won the election on visceral propaganda about undocumented immigrants, suggesting that they're evil. Donald Trump won the election on visceral propaganda about the nature of LGBTQ plus being taught in schools and how it's so bad. But Donald Trump also won the election by trying to convince millions of voters inside of this country that your son doesn't deserve the same rights as you. Your son doesn't deserve to be loved. Your son doesn't deserve to be respected. And I just think that hopefully this is an eye-opener moment, right? Because if you were to go on Twitter and you were to go see the way that Trump supporters over there talk about trans people on set because of their own lack of good moral virtues and the rhetoric of the Trump administration, what you'll see is people celebrating the suicide of people like your sons merely because they're trans. And that is what the administration causes.
My child did try to commit suicide at the age of 12.
Oh my God.
And that's why at 13, we got him with the doctors with testosterone and got him on the things that he needed. And we cut all his hair off, and I took him to the boys section and let him buy whatever he wanted in the boys section. So, you know, I I am for the LGBTQ. I fear for them kind of a thing. But I guess when I was voting more. I didn't know everything, and I think I was more going on along the lines of my husband, I guess I should say, because
Does your husband support your son?
I don't want to answer that.
The answer to that question is no.
He thinks it's no, not like me.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He thinks it was all from YouTube and watching videos on YouTube and things like that. And I knew from a very young age that he was the way he was. So
I'm gonna keep asking you questions. If there's questions that I ask that you don't want to answer, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay, right. Because I mean, I'm really sorry to hear that. Are you guys like married, or is this still like an active, ongoing relationship?
Yeah, we're married. We fight about it all the time.
Well, I would imagine, right? Because like the one thing like that in the future will be like more important than my spouse by a margin will be my child. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
And I could imagine like being in your shoes, right? And being with a partner, right? Having a wife, having a kid, and then, watching like my wife perpetuate very like violent and viscerally harmful misinformation about that child that hurts them so much, right? So I could imagine like the position that you're in, and maybe the position that your child is in as well. I would assume that your son doesn't have too good of a relationship with your husband? Or? No?
They do if they don't talk about anything besides like what they're talking about. Like my child only comes to like ask me questions or asks me for certain things. There's definitely, you can definitely tell the dynamics in the household for sure. Because I don't have just one. I have my one son's trans and my other son's gay. So it's kind of a yeah.
Does your husband support your gay son?
It's an unspoken thing.
Oh, so that's a no. I mean, if something goes unspoken, that means that there's an ideological disconnect. The reason why I know that is because I have a lot of MAGA family members, and in many scenarios, like politics will go unspoken at points. Politics will go unspoken at points because they know I disagree with them, and I know that they disagree with me, right? So that's really sad to hear about your husband and your gay son.
I think it has to do with the one fact that one is changing themselves to something else, and the other one still goes by he, him.
Yeah, and geez, man, this is hard, man. How old is your gay son? By the way, if you don't answer any of my questions, just tell me. I understand that you're
18 and 19.
18 and 19. Okay. I just wanted to repreface that. You're getting pretty open right now about very like specific information of your family in front of like 26,000 people. So if there ever comes a point where you don't want to talk about this, just let me know. I want to resuggest that. I really want to resuggest that. Yeah, man, that's a hard one. Listen, I'm just going to be honest, because I've seen this many times in my friends' lives. I've seen this many times in the lives of other acquaintances and people that I've met online and whatnot. What this is going to lead to, and it sounds like it already has to some extent, is just a lot of disdain and honestly, to a little bit of a point, hatred held like from the children right to the parent, right? I think that we see this happen in many ways, like I guess just a little bit about me since we're being open here. Like my dad, right, grew up when he was around my age, really not liking his parents, right? Because his dad would at times wasn't a good dad. I won't get into specifics, right? And that really destroyed their relationship. So when my dad got 18, 19, went to school, went to college, stopped talking to his parents, and that relationship wasn't fixed until my dad was in his like 30s, right? It took 10, 15 years to help fix that relationship by coming back together as a family. And I just so totally see that happening with your children, possibly, right? And your husband, because I think if we're going to be honest with ourselves here, right? Your husband saying that it's wrong to be gay or that being trans is a delusion, this illness that's wrong as well, right? Is the denial of base attributes of who they are as individuals that they did not choose, they cannot change, and do not harm anybody else, right? And in a sense, that is your husband not loving a part of who those children are.
Yeah, agree. I think that's probably where one of our biggest fights come from, because he'll say something to me and I'll be like, I don't agree with you on that. Like, we definitely don't see eye to eye when it comes to that part of our family dynamic. And, you know, my mom lives with us, and thank the Lord, she's definitely on my side. So she definitely tries. You know, she sees the views of me, even though she's 66 years old. You would think she'd be in a different generation, but she's definitely cuddly and loving with my children and doesn't see them in any other way than who they are. So that makes it easier for me here.
Yeah, well, listen, I guess I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation here and move on to the next guest. Just know that I appreciate you for joining up today. I really do. I really appreciate you for joining. And, you know, I hope that there comes a solution to this. You know, I hope there comes an end to, you know, what sounds like an ongoing battle inside of the family related to your husband and his beliefs.
And I do watch you and Parker, and I haven't been watching for very long. I feel like I've been watching ever since the whole Charlie Kirk thing happened. I finally, you know, I found out who you guys were, and I subscribed to you guys at that point. And I've learned a lot, and it's made me open my eyes to a lot of things. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I am 100% on this side of the blue, but I can say I'm not 100% on the red too. So I'm kind of leaning, you know what I mean? I'm kind of, you know, on a teeter-totter. So
well, if you want to hear my honest take, I think that your heart is 100% on the right side of history. It's just that, you know, maybe your brain isn't because of social conditioning, the state of your relationship with your husband, and maybe the environment that you grew up in. But having this conversation with you, I don't think I've ever said this. I've never said this before on live. Never. Right? Oh my God, I can't even believe I'm saying this to somebody, right? That came up here telling us that they support Trump. I think that your heart is in the right place. And I think it's just now that time that you kind of build off of, right? Like the very obvious, like empathy that you have, right? And like genuine love and care that you have into, you know, getting your head in the right place here by through education on who our president is, deconstruction on maybe some of the bad beliefs that you hold, and, you know, a hopeful attempt to, you know, try to get your husband on the right side of history too. You know, it's like, divorce won't change the fact that your husband is the father of your children. So it's like the prerogative here is to get your husband to, you know, love his kids. I can't even believe, wow, man, I can't believe I'm saying that, but
thank you.
Yeah.
Well, let's know that I am cheering down here in the comments with you, and I do respect you and Parker, just so you guys know that I do respect you, and you guys have taught me a lot. And we'll see how the next election goes and who's in it and where I go from there. I feel like the only thing I can do is keep watching you guys and keep learning and keep reading stuff and educating myself for the next 3 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. I think that's perfect. You have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. But at this point, guys, we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Wow, that was a very unique conversation, unlike many that we have on this live. Wow. James, what's going on, man? Do you support Trump? James is busy, it sounds like. Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. If you are a Trump supporter, we'll happily bring you up here. Also, Parker, if you're watching and you want to pop up, feel free to hop inside of that queue, my friend. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Here we go, guys. We got the Truth Project connecting to the stream. What an interesting conversation. What an interesting conversation. All right. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah,
okay,
kinda.
You are like 14. We're going to move on. All right, we got them out of here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up and connected to the live stream right now. By the way, Parker should be joining us shortly here, folks. Parker should be joining us shortly. Also, guys, we got a lot of love, a lot of donations in on Super Chat, Venmo, and PayPal while I was talking to that last guest. I didn't want to take away from the conversation that I was having with Jen to thank anybody. We're going to go to get our next guest up here. Then I am going to have a couple people to thank. I want to make sure that I show love and appreciation to everyone individually. So I will take a second to do that. But let's let's get that next Trump supporter loaded in here right now. We got Matt connecting right now. If you happen to be a part of the 18.4 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, folks, make sure that we're double tapping. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Top of the phone screen. You can also find that Venmo and the PayPal and the pinned comment over on YouTube. What's up, Mac? Do you support Trump? Mac, you have exactly 5 seconds. Banned, dude. Moving on. We got George connecting to the box, guys. Our rules are very simple. You just got to be an American. You have to be an adult. And you have to support Trump as president. You follow those rules. We should have no problem. The only problem that we are having is people breaking those rules, hopping in that queue even though they're a child, hopping in that queue even though they're a liberal, and hopping in that queue even though they're not American. So let's try to remedy that situation, folks. Follow the rules, please. What's up, Tyler? Do you support Trump? Tyler, you got 5 seconds, my friend. 4, 3, 2 into the 1. Goodbye, Tyler. Moving on to the next guest, Haley Perez. Hopefully we'll get that next conversation going on here, folks. Also, we got 6.3 thousand people tuned in over on YouTube. I think that is the highest concurrent viewership we've ever had in the stream. So I really appreciate you guys for being here. What's up, Brian? Do you support Trump?
I'm a little bit back and forth right now. There's a lot of stuff going on, so I'm still kind of seeing what's going to happen.
Are you driving?
I'm driving, but my hands free.
Fortunately, still in violation of TikTok TOS. Feel free to re-request when you're not driving. I was looking at your repost. It does say that you're Christian. Hopefully, I'll be able to get you off that fence, running away from Trump because of that. I think that he's a terrible candidate for Christian to support, so feel free to re-request up. What's up, Jesse? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, Jesse, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Everyone is 18 today. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and you support the worst president of your life, Jesse. How could you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me thank a couple people here, then I'll pass you the mic and you can tell us why, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go to start with those YouTube super chats. Folks, I want y'all to show some love to Zach, Z-A-K, down below in that box for the $20 on super chat. Thank you so much for the love. Zach with a $20 says, I don't care if a person speaks in a fake leprechaun accent if the other person is a rapist. Yeah, beautiful point, Zach. In fact, I think I'm going to start repeating that. Wombly, that is W-O-M-B-L-Y, thank you for the $20 on super chat as well. Show some love to Zach and Wombly, who says, you were so very amazing, Dean. Thank you. Well, Wombly, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the $20, and just thank you for being here. Show some love to Wombly and show some love to Carrie as well for the $20, who says you could tell that she cares about her kids. W mom for pushing her own political beliefs aside when it comes to her kids. She reminds me so much of my mom. It takes somebody to challenge their own beliefs. Well, I could agree that she does push her political beliefs aside when it comes to her kids, but that just means that she has to reform those political beliefs as a whole because she's still supporting the system in which causes harm against her kids. Thank you for the $20 and that thing I said, quote unquote, that's her username. Thank you so much for the 50 euros. Oh my goodness. Over on YouTube Super Chat. I'm going to call you Said, S-A-I-D. Thank you for the 50 euros. That is insane. That is mind-boggling. Thank you so much for your support. Said with the 50 euros says, this conversation is heartbreaking to hear. Dean, you're handling this in the most incredible way. I'd give more if I could. Don't worry about it. I hope so much that this woman and her sons has a much better life going forward. Yeah, I really hope that they get it figured out. That was a sad conversation. I felt really bad there. As well as Marin, thank you so much for the $20 as well on Super Chat. That's all of our Super Chatters for right now, guys. So show some love to Zach, show some love to Wombly, show some love to Karen, show some love to Said, and show some love to Marin. We also have a bunch of people over on Venmo and PayPal. I'm going to make sure I get around to you guys, but we are going to go and let this guest start the debate. So take it away by telling us why you support Trump as president.
Okay, so there's several policies I like, but I want to start out with the Trump shooting. Okay, do you think that is any aspect of him loving our country by him getting up immediately after being shot in the face to prove his support?
Listen, if he loved our country, which is seemingly what you're trying to hint at right here, then maybe he wouldn't have tried to coup our government and rig the outcome of an election, then have his supporters try to kill cops and smear their shit on the side of the walls inside of the Capitol, then extend them full presidential pardons for their crimes and label them as patriots. I think we could dismiss that point.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay.
Is that fair or is that unfair?
It's fair.
It's fair? Good. I'm happy.
It does. Can you give any aspect of that though? Like he cares at least he cares about our country.
No, no, absolutely not. Listen, could we say that I care about violent crime if I cause somebody to commit a violent crime and then give them $100?
Okay. I guess your point.
Right? You get the point. Awesome.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to taxes. Well, tell me your opinion on his tax policy.
Well, I just think it's terrible. The big beautiful bill makes me want to puke all over this desk in front of me. I mean, so it is like so expensive. That big beautiful bill in total is spending, let me do the math here. According to the CBO, 4.5 plus 900 billion plus 156 billion, 5.6 trillion dollars. Okay, the most expensive policy that we've ever seen in the history of this country, right? And it disproportionately helps you the more you make. Now, to help get that price tag lower, he's defunded Medicaid by $900 billion, took it away from 10 million people, defunded food stamps by 156 bill, took it away from 3 million people, alongside a rollback of a couple clean energy credits, which according to the CBPP is now going to be reducing the purchasing power for the average American and everybody making less than them. Therefore, he's spending trillions and trillions of dollars on a bill that hurts the poor and helps the rich. How could you possibly defend that?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with, I think that there is more of an access for people in the lower class to get into the higher class in the United States than given credit for.
Well, he's actively reducing that economic mobility. So that concept, that economic concept of the access to go from existing as a low-income American to a high-income American is called economic mobility. And he's actively eroding how much economic mobility low-income earners have by taking their benefits away, by taking their by removing their social safety nets, and by reducing their purchasing power.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to a different one. Let's do immigration.
Immigration. Okay. Immigration.
Okay. So, do you not take any like aspect of pure crime done by immigrants as a good reason for at least lowering the intake into our country?
Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times to commit all other crimes on American soil compared to American citizens. I think the accusal of undocumented immigrants to be violent gang members is one born out of prejudice, not one born out of fact.
Okay, what source?
That would be coming from PNAS. It's an institution that's been tracking crime rates in this country since the 19th century, pulling from FBI crime rates and macro data. And they've proven time and time again, year and year again, that they're just significantly less likely to do so on the soil.
And then there's not also chaos caused by mass amounts of immigrants moving into cities that can't hold them.
Okay.
As well as the crime,
well,
there's some crime at least. You said there's not as much.
I didn't know that. Inputting 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars into our GDP per year is chaos. I didn't know accounting for 8.4 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers, enabling American companies to produce more and sell more was chaos. And I didn't know that paying $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level was chaos either. I think what is chaos is having. I think what is chaos, right, is sending masked plainclothes ICE agents that do not have to identify themselves into suburbs across this country to rip naked children out of their beds and throw them in the backs of U-Haul vans, to illegally deport undocumented immigrants like Abrigo Garcia to Sicat in El Salvador, where he was then beaten and tortured, to deport Venezuelan immigrants with no due process to that same place where they're also beaten and tortured, right? And then to send the National Guard into these cities to combat the protesters protesting these massive human rights violations, saying that the real enemy is the enemy from within. That's a Trump quote, and saying that he's declaring a war from within, another Trump quote, on these cities like Memphis, Portland, and Chicago. That's the chaos, sir.
Did Obama not also cage illegal immigrants?
Yeah, I've never seen any proof that he did. If he did, I'd disavow it. I'm not a partisan hack man.
Okay. I'm saying, like, I'm referring to like some Texas cities and maybe New York when they're bussed in and they overrun cities. Like they do cause a lot of good.
Undocumented immigrants are over. So I'm so sorry. The phrase that undocumented immigrants are overrunning New York City is something that you see on Fox News. I don't think that's something that's actually true. Like, where do you live?
Pittsburgh.
Where do you live? You live in Pittsburgh. So what the hell are you going to know about undocumented immigrants running, like, destroying the Washington D.C. or New York City?
There's like videos online that show
videos of what? Videos of what? No. Very specifically, videos of what?
Okay. X.
Oh yeah, so videos.
I get it. I get
so videos
it.
on what are the
But
videos on X show? What do they show? What do they show? Seriously, what do they show?
cities being and hotels being filled with
Hotels.
undocumented immigrants.
Okay, well, you're already wrong
Yes.
because you're talking about the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City that was used as temporary housing for asylum seekers, not undocumented immigrants. And yeah, it is a little bit of an issue to have like asylum seekers, right? Like being housed in these hotels that are now being repurposed for public housing. But this issue has nothing to do with the immigrants and all to do with our shitty public policy that forces asylum seekers to wait 12 months in this country without an ability to work, thereby forcing our government to have to step up and cover their bare necessities. Maybe the way that we fix this issue is to hire more judges to run more courts to expedite that asylum seeking process and give them a permit to work in this country from the moment they enter into it. The microcosms of chaos that you see created by asylum seekers in this country is not by the asylum seekers, but rather by the policy from our government.
Okay, do you not think that there should be at least like some more money put in from other forms for immigration, so that the process is just better and not forced through illegal immigrants?
Oh, I don't really know what you said. I mean, I think that you're suggesting that we should make the process of legal immigration into this country better, which is common sense. No shit, we should make it better. You know, one person that doesn't think so is Trump. Can you name one time Donald Trump has stood at a podium since 2015 until now and even said that he wants to make the legal means of entry into this country better?
Okay, I can't.
I mean, neither can I, because he doesn't care. He doesn't want to make the legal means of entry into this country better, because that would be a proactive mean to reduce undocumented entry into this country in the long term, because ultimately we could chop most undocumented entry up to the unattainable and degraded nature of those legal means. He doesn't want to do that. He wants the issue to persist to exist, so that every 2 and 4 years, him and other crazy conservatives can rally around how much undocumented immigrants suck, and if you elect them, they'll build the wall and get them out of the country. Meanwhile, in all reality, they're just trying to fearmonger more prejudiced Americans into a part of their base.
Okay. The main thing that led me away from the Biden administration and the Harris administration was the laptop of Hunter Biden.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, Hunter Biden's laptop that led you away from the Democrats. Why?
So him being in criminal activity with Ukraine, showing the integrity of the Harris and Biden administration.
Okay. Well, I mean, if criminal activity is a non-starter for you, then you wouldn't support Trump, the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist. But I'm not even sure that there was any criminal activity in involvement with Ukraine in Hunter Biden proven.
Okay, and also the aid given to Ukraine when there's no need for all that.
Okay. There is a need, and even Donald Trump has conceded to that fact since he resumed it in July. The need is more international pressure on Russia.
Okay, there's too much given during the Biden administration.
So then why the hell does Trump
straying our
resume it all?
funds?
No, what's straying our funds is the $4.5 trillion on the tax cuts for the billionaires, not the $32 billion per year being sent to the country that's actively being ethnically cleansed.
Okay.
If you disagree, feel free to give a
not-
counter argument. I just don't think one could ever possibly exist.
Okay, I'm not fully educated on this topic.
Okay.
All right. What's a different topic you want to debate?
Well, I want to go back to what you said about the laptop. Once again, you said what threw you over the edge was a criminal activity with Ukraine. Once again, never proven, only speculated by cult members. So then why is Donald Trump's criminal activity not throwing you off the edge of the MAGA boat?
Okay, so why wasn't he put in prison if it was convicted fully?
Because
evidence.
by the
for
time sentencing
crime?
came around for his 34 felonies, he was already president, and the judge didn't want to send a sitting president to prison. That would kind of be a national emergency. Good question, though.
Well, couldn't they just
Good
put it in Vance?
What's that?
Couldn't they just put in the vice president?
Well, the judge didn't want to force that. So I mean, you could like it's not a question that Donald Trump was found guilty of these felonies. That's a fact. Okay, right? And once again, the reason why he's not in jail for those felonies and was given a sentence of nothing is just because the judge thought it would set forth an unprecedented emergency of like, what the hell do we do? Right? The president is going to jail. What the fuck do we do? I would assume that the judge didn't want to be responsible for that, so you just didn't give him a sentence. Not to mention that we know of like significantly worse criminal engagements that Donald Trump has engaged in, then is like 34 felonies for for misclassification of business documentation. Like for instance, the civil court that proved he raped a woman, or when he went on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005 and boasted about sexually exploiting kids. But now we're obviously not going to have that follow-up conversation with the guest since he just left. So yes, he wasn't too interested in talking about that. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Boy, oh boy. Wow, I'm locked in today. I'm locked in, motherfuckers. I'm so locked, it's crazy. I'm so locked in, you guys. This is nuts. Okay, we actually do have quite a bit of people to thank over on Venmo and PayPal. I want to start with Katie. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Katie. And Daniel, thank you so much for the $35 over on Venmo. I want everybody watching to show some love to Daniel for the $35 who says, Dean, thank you for the continued education of Trump supporters. Well, Daniel, I love what I do. I love what I do so very much. Thank you so much, Daniel. Show some love to Daniel in that chat for the $35. That is seriously so kind of you. As well as Brian with the $10 who says, owning the maggots. Appreciate you for that love, Brian. William, thank you for the $5. Kirsten, thank you for the $5. Wesley, thank you so much for the $8, man. Janelli, thank you for the $5. Amy with a 1. Allison with a 1. Allison with another 2. Jenna with a 5. Thank you so much. And Carla with a 10, who just says live. Appreciate you for that love, Carla. That's Carla with a C. Show some love. And Allison, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much, Allison. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity in support of the stream. Allison says, this was very well spoken and said, thank you for educating her without bashing her. I hope she finds all the answers she needs. Now she's going to be referencing to Jen. Yeah, I thought that was a really good conversation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the love, Allison. Seriously, I really do appreciate it. And then Erica, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. And I'll make sure I forward that message to her. Thank you, Erica. All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. Only op inside of the queue if you are an American adult that's pro-Trump. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. They're a little bit hard to find. Maybe it's because there's not too many Trump supporters left, or the fact that they just don't want to debate. We're figuring it out together. But hey, wow. I need to see some Ali W's in that chat for the $50 donation on Venmo. Ali, holy shit, my friend. Ali with a $50 says, here's $50 for your grace with the mom of a trans child. I love the way that you've made an open space where these confused but loving people can seek advice and help understanding how their political views are harmful. Well, yeah, I really did want to have a genuinely good dialogue with her for the sake of her children. You know what I mean? That's why I really try to handle that one with care. But Ali, it's good to see you. Thank you for the $50. That is like an insane amount of money and love. Show some love to Ali in that chat.
Why are you begging people for money?
Logan, how am I begging people for money?
I'm just kidding, bro. I just came on here to fuck with you.
Okay. Well, I mean, it seems like it's not going too well.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. So do you support Trump?
I do, but here's the thing.
Oh.
I supported him whenever he got into office.
Not supporting
him.
him.
And I don't support either side.
Okay, so now
I have my own like conspiracy on the history of America and the history of everything. And
very interesting. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Quite frankly, we got Kane loading up in the box. A couple more people here. Kate with a K. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Kate. Kate with the $20 says appreciate you. Thank you for putting the energy in and doing this work day after day. Kate, you are a fucking legend.
Hold on, give me a sec.
And that guest has some very loud background noise. I'm sorry, man. I had to kick you. Feel free to re-request if you're able to find a more quiet area. But thank you so much, Kate. Show some love to Kate. And then Omar with the $10. Thank you for the love, Omar. And Lori with the $5. Thank you so much. And Amanda with a 10, who says, can you give Duddles a shout out? Hi, John Duddles. Hello, John Duddles. And I love you too, Amanda. Thank you for the 10. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cringe. Ew. Why?
I just, him and Bill, after I heard that really got me on board.
Oh, buddy, we're learning.
Big, beautiful Bill, I love Bill Clinton.
We're learning.
Oh, yeah.
It may not be Bill Clinton. It may be worse.
Big, beautiful Bill.
No, it may be a horse.
A horse?
Ghislaine Maxwell's horse.
Oh, is that what Bubba is?
There's a good chance.
Yeah. Whoa, that's what they're saying?
Yeah, that's what Mark
Take
Epstein.
the Bubba horse, Weenie.
That's it. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's what Mark Epstein suggested, okay? Because he said it wasn't Bill Clinton, but didn't deny that it was in a rubber Rub-a-dub-dub. Rub-a-blow-blow. Whatever you... The guac 3000, in other words. Okay? What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You need to leave this live. Cover your ears, Jagger. Just scroll. Okay? Just scroll. Just scroll. Cover your ears. Sweet, sweet child. Cover your ears and scroll. We're gonna go and move on to the next guest. Ariel, that is Ariel. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love, Ariel. Show some love to Ariel down below in that box who says, thank you for dumbing down the facts to Mag as much as possible. And the struggle you go through with them. Continue to stay strong in the fight. Ariel, thank you so much for your kindness. It's good to see you again. And thank you so much for the $20. And then Shauna, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for all that you do. Nicole, thank you for the $2.
Bro.
Appreciate you guys. What's going on, little bro? You support Trump?
Lil bro is crazy, Brody.
If you're a Trump supporter, then I stand by it.
Bro, hold on, I'm getting a phone call, but I'm gonna cancel. Listen, bro.
This guy. Oh, hello.
Hold on, yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, bro.
Yeah, then you're definitely a little bro.
How am I a little bro, bro? What makes me a little bro by being a Trump supporter?
The size of your brain.
The size of my brain?
Very little. Very little. I've never seen a smaller brain, quite frankly. Little bro. Little brained bro, quite frankly.
Bro, what? Come on, bro. Dean, stop playing, bro. Trump is the guy. Let's be honest, though. Let's be honest. All of his policies, all like the way America has been running ever since he joined office, stop acting like you don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you act like you don't know the vibes of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to feel what I'm saying to understand what I'm saying. You feel me?
I don't feel you at all. All that I know is that you're somehow trying to rationalize a rapist being that guy, and it's just simply not working. I don't know what to tell you. Make an argument. Why do you support Trump as president? Mike's yours.
Kamala Harris is not the vibes, bro.
The vibes. So you vote based on vibes,
else, bro?
So you vote based on vibes?
Type vibes, yeah.
Yeah. So no fact, no reason, no logic, just vibes.
What's wrong with that, though?
Well, it's because there's no facts, reason, or logic. Because it's just vibes.
What do you mean? What do you mean there's no, like, what do you mean?
Would you argue that your vibes are logical?
No.
No, so they're illogical.
I can agree, yeah.
Okay.
But what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with something being illogical?
Yes, bro. What's wrong with that?
If it's illogical, then it's false.
Make that make sense, though. If it's illogical, give me an example. I need an example.
A squared circle is illogical because it's a contradiction. An object can't be a square and a circle simultaneously. Because a squared circle is illogical, therefore a squared circle can never possibly exist. So when you say that a squared circle does exist, you are wrong.
All right, so what about, what about when Trump, nah, bro, because you gotta, like, you need to be stopped, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching you when you was lower than...
Jay! Thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Let's get 1,000 JWs down below in that chat for the $100. Oh my God, Jay. Jay with $100 says, Dean, this is what I was talking about many lives ago. Your compassion coupled with reason and logic in regard to the mom with a trans child exemplifies the beauty of the work that you do. Oh, Jay, thank you so much. Not only is that just a massive donation that I don't deserve, your kindness and your generosity continue to astound me, but thank you so much for your kind words as well. Show some love to JAOI, Jay, down below in that comment section. And then Oliver, thank you for the $5, saying, hey, now I'm a celeb on campus because of my vid. Are you Ollie? Yeah, that's Ollie. Yeah, good shit, Ollie. Corson, thank you for the $6. Appreciate you so much for the love, Corson. I appreciate you for pointing out the typo of my stream title. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Holy shit, Kathy. Dude. Wait, whoa. Can you say W Kathy guest?
Man, W Kathy for sure.
Yeah, for the $50. Thank you so much, Kathy, for your support.
I ain't gonna lie. Dean, you really got like real life supporters, bro. But I'm not one of those. So don't even try to, you know what I'm saying? Don't even get it twisted. I'm not one of those supporters. But you do have an army behind you, gang. what I'm trying to tell you, and stop vaping, bro. Stop vaping.
I didn't even hit it. I didn't even hit it.
Okay, for sure. Because I feel like, bro, you like you're going places, bro. But I feel like your ideology on this whole Trump stuff is tearing you apart.
Okay, give an argument for that, little bro. Come on, bro.
Bro, keep calling me little bro. That's crazy.
Come
bro.
on, Pipsqueak. Give an argument.
Pipsqueak is crazy.
You heard me.
Like I said,
You heard
bro.
me. I called you Pipsqueak.
Hey,
That's right.
The border patrol.
Border
the
patrol.
entire whole, like the whole thing with immigrants and illegal people coming into the country.
I don't know that
you cannot
people were
argue
illegal.
against that. You cannot argue against that. I don't care what you say.
I can't argue against this mass deportation.
You cannot argue against that.
Yeah, sure. Here's an argument against Trump's mass deportation. It absolutely destroys our economy. Undocumented immigrants pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year into the GDP, not to mention they account for 8.4 million workers in our labor force and 11 million of our consumers and pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. You remove them, not only do you expense $2 trillion on the operation to get it done over the course of the next 10 years, you also lose the $1 trillion that they would have paid in taxes, and you lose their multi-trillion dollar per year.
It wasn't $1 trillion
to the GDP. On top, if I can't argue it, then why are you interrupting my argument?
Because you're spewing numbers that are not factual. You're not backing this up by facts.
Let me back it up. Let me back it up. You know that figure I gave you of the 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year that they pay into the GDP? That's got no head ass, no brain. No, you call me bucket head ass. I'm calling you no head ass. That shit is empty. But anyways, that 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollar per year number, that's coming from the American Immigration Council, or the $100 billion that they pay per year in taxes, that's coming from the IRS, or the fact that they account for 8.4 million workers in our labor force, that's coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The fact that they account for 11 million consumers in our consumer base is also coming from the American Immigration Council. See how I could back up everything I say?
I don't like that because I feel like you're reading off a screen. You got notes in front of you.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, then the notes are true, but I don't have notes in front of me.
My thing is this though, bro. You make it seem like, bro. So do you disagree? Like you disagree that Trump has never done anything good? Ever. Like he ain't never done anything good as a president. Ever.
Well, I mean, so listen, how about this? Operation Warp Speed was pretty good. I'll give him a point for that. He just loses about 10 billion with January 6th.
Boy, you one of them. Boy, you hold grudges, don't you, boy? Yeah, boy, you hold grudges, ain't it?
Yeah, I kind of do.
You don't forgive nobody, don't you?
Yeah, I will not forget that the current sitting president of this country tried to end our democracy and coup our government by attempting to rig the outcome of a federal election. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. That's what I'll never forget.
Okay, so how do you... Okay, no, because... No,
you're losing the debate.
No, because listen,
no. One second, I'm gonna let you think about that response. Let me thank a couple more people. Maximilian, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much for the $50. I do not have a booger.
I seen when you got
nose.
pressed by old boy on the live too. That video went viral. You got pressed and your face turned red. Why you do that?
By Jeff Teague.
Yeah, bro. Why your face turned red, gang? Oh yeah, his face turning red now. Oh,
actually, Jeff Teague. Hey, listen, if you watch that full clip, Jeff Teague started backing off at the end. Okay. All right, like let's keep it real. But Maximilian, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Maximilian. Just give me a second. Maximilian with the $50 says, Dean, you roast MAGA insanity like you're trying to send it back to the Stone Age. Your breakdown slices through their bullshit with surgical brutality. Damn, Maximilian. And you still manage to keep people informed. Absolute legend behavior. Much love. Dude, oh my God, Maximilian. I fucking love you. Thank you not only for the $50, but also just for the incredibly kind words. I want to see some W's for Maximilian down below. Seriously, man. Thank you so much. Then Eduardo, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says that shit is finally hitting the fan. Oh yeah. Logan, thank you so much for the $20 as well on PayPal. Logan says, I had a friend who supported Trump and I showed him your stream. After 3 days, he told me that he's now independent. I fucking love that, Logan. Shout out to you, okay? You're the real patriot here. I should be sending you $20. Oh my goodness. And then James,
so how do you feel
thank
about
you for
the
the
people who's
$10
active
as well.
duty, bro? Like the active duty servants in our military who literally respect and agree with our commander in chief. Like, are you insane, bro?
Oh, well, what I'm saying is that they're like unequivocally wrong.
How are we unequivocally wrong? Like, what are you on?
Oh, don't worry. I could give you a really good explanation for that. Because every active duty military service member took an oath to uphold the Constitution from threats both domestic and foreign. Now, Donald Trump would be a domestic threat to the Constitution per his various infringements on it in the last 10 months, including Executive Order number 14160 that he signed into law his first day in office that attacked the 14th Amendment and tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, even though they've had that right since 1868, or his attack on the First Amendment when he said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, or his like detainments of Mahmoud Khalil, a legal green card holder, for criticizing Israel, or when he said it's now illegal to boycott/protest. He's attacked the Second Amendment by trying to find a way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens that is so blatantly anti-2A that even the far-right NRA has publicly spoken out against the Trump administration for doing so. He's attacked the 10th Amendment by deploying the National Guard in cities like Portland with literally no reason whatsoever.
You talk too damn fast. Like, come on, bro. All that other shit is Monday. The hell is you doing?
I'm not
slow down.
I'm not.
Big head ass nigga.
I'm not.
Got a boog in your nose. Look at that boog in your nose. What you like? Look at you, snotty nose ass. Simpson kid looking ass. I'm finna get your shit for real. I'm about to bake you for real. Flaming hot Cheeto built body ass. I'm finna get your shit on my mama. Thin lip bologna sausage built body ass. I'm finna get your shit. 7-Eleven
Flaming hot
cigarettes
Cheeto one
smoking
was pretty
ass.
good.
Watch out now, bro.
Okay.
Come on, bro. You talk too fast for that, my guy. Come on, my guy.
Okay.
Not everybody's up to your speed. Go ahead and slow it down for your boy.
Okay. Point number one, I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow. Point number two, you talked about the snotty mouth and nose. I'm so sorry. The only person that legitimately thinks an American or many Americans are like snotty-nosed toddlers would be Trump. He treats you like a snotty-nosed toddler watching Cocomelon on an iPad because he'll say, prices are down! Yippee! Affordability! Even though inflation is up and unemployment's up, and you believe him. He'll say, Biden caused the inflation in this presidency, even though it was global and onset by the pandemic, and you'll believe him. He'll say, guess what? Employment is up. Everybody's doing great, and my tariffs are working. More investment than ever. Total record. I'm literally quoting a Truth Social post from yesterday. But then when you go to U.S. Economic Bureau of Analysis, it says an investment into American industries is down. So once again, the only snotty-nosed anything here is you, the fucking toddler, treating American politics like a toddler does Cocomelon when they watch it on their iPad. Thank you.
How do you feel about that stimulus check, though? Don't even do that, bro.
The
Don't act like
$2,000 stimulus check that his Secretary of the Treasury said may not come. Oh, that one?
I'm talking about the one that already passed, bro. Look at you.
The bipartisan rounds of stimulus checks that were passed at the end of Trump's administration and at the beginning of Biden's, those ones?
Yes, bro.
Oh, but weren't you just criticizing Biden?
There you go. No, not Biden. I was Harris.
Harris.
You ain't finna twist my words up, you pretzel. You're not finna do that. You're not finna try to twist my words, you pretzel. That's not what I said. So stop. Yeah, go ahead and untangle your shoelaces and heighten up your drawers. This is not what I said, bro.
So you liked Biden, but you didn't like Harris.
Tight vibes.
Why?
Because, bro, you're not politically accurate 100%. You're not like all this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you said you was going to do. It's like someone saying, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And you never show any progress in doing such things.
So you're saying that you don't support Harris because you didn't get anything done?
For America, yes, bro.
The facts disagree. She was the most effective, right, vice president this country's ever had. Not only did she pass more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any other VP in this country's history, but she also worked alongside the Biden administration to pass some of the most monumental legislation in modern American history, like the PACT Act, like the Chips and Science Bill, like the Infrastructure Bill, like the American Rescue Plan, or like the Inflation Reduction Act. Get your facts right, little bro.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, because that's crazy, because I ain't even know how that. I hate that I'm learning on this live. I don't like this, so I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here because you're doing too much, bro. I don't want to learn all that. No.
I don't
want to. I can't.
You want to learn.
I'm active duty. I can't dislike him.
Yes, you can.
I can't dislike, bro.
Yes, you can.
I can't do that, bro.
Yes, you can.
Bro, how? Because, like, it goes against with the Navy fights. I mean, you know what I'm saying, bro? We can't do that, bro.
You actually can. You actually can. I can explain to you. Yes.
Please explain to me why. How am I justified in dehumanizing my commander in chief, bro? Like, come on, bro.
Just because somebody is your boss doesn't mean that you have to support him.
So what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna just agree with everything. Like, what I'm gonna do? Get on live like you? Come on, bro.
Well, I mean, you have to follow the Hatch Act, which, by the way, you're likely violating right now. But
what am I ever? Hold on. What you mean? What you mean? What do you mean, bro? All that giggling. Come on. What you mean, Hatch Act?
Well, there's this thing that prevents active duty service members from like publicly espousing partisan political affiliation.
Oh yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. Okay. Good call. Good call. We support it. All right. I don't even care. Good call. Good call. Good call. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and move on to that next guest right now here, folks. Go ahead and hop inside of the queue of your Trip supporter. We'll get you loaded up in here. I think that's the first time a guest has ever run away where I'm like totally like, yeah, good call. All right. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. By the way, Parker should be joining us soon. He's eating right now. Once he's done eating, he'll be up here. What's going on, Toasty Sport Trump? Dust is out of here, quite frankly. Goodbye. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Let's go to get them up here. Who will it be? Who will it be? Definitely Real Human will be joining us. A couple of people to thank over on Super Chat too. DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Just saying that consensus isn't correctness, probably in reference to a guest that said because a lot of people believe it, therefore it's true. You're absolutely right, DK. Appreciate you for the $20. Let's get some DKWs down below. Thank you so much. What's going on? Definitely Real Human. Do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
I only recently do I have some support for him, yes.
Woof! Only recently?
Yeah, I learned that he's on the pride flag now that he's a little bit more bi-leaning. I appreciate him.
All right.
I love you, Dean.
We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue of you Sport Trump is president. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. We got Bros Close connecting up in. Over on YouTube, once again, Casual Cal. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. What's going on, man? Give me a second. Cal, that is K-A-L, with the $20 says, since this gentleman wants to know, as a veteran, I served 20 years to protect the Constitution, not watch a Kirkland brand Adolf knockoff assault it daily. Dude, Cal, I wish I would have read that off earlier. Thank you for the $20, man. You fucking cooked his ass. And then Breezy, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. He says, on YouTube, you are constantly much quieter than the guest. Please fix it. Okay, I'll try to adjust the volume a little bit more. That right there should make it better. Thank you for letting me know. Guys, let's get 200 Breezy W's down below. What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
I had a question for you. Is it all right if I ask?
Not if you're not a Trump supporter.
Oh, I mean, I voted for him, but
You still support him today? Not really. Based. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Feel free to join the Discord and ask in there. I could either answer it or other people in there can. I'm not too active in there anymore, though. But all right, let's go to get that next Trump supporter up here right now. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yo, Dean. Yeah, I have 2 points of Trump that I'd like to debate with you, if that's okay.
Oh, boy. All right. You don't know.
Real quick. How are you doing? How's your morning?
I'm doing all right. It's definitely not morning anymore out here in Colorado. It's 4:34, but yeah, man, I'll pass you the mic here in a second so you can tell us why you support Trump. Before you do, I'm going to thank a couple people here. Sherman, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, my friend. Sherman with the $20 says, for the good vibes. Sherman, appreciate you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting what we do here. Huge shout out to you for the 20. Dalton with the 10 who says, you spread kindness everywhere you go. I try my best. I try. Sometimes I fail. We all know that. Thank you for the $10, Dalton, and the $20, Sherman. Show some love to them in the chat. And then one big one here. Holy moly, Lee. Thank you for the $50. Oh my God, I hit my mic. Over on Venmo. Lee, thank you so much. That is crazy. Oh my God, Lee with the $50 says, Dean, I follow your live daily. You amaze me. Thank you for keeping us sane. Lee, I'm happy that the live streams could help keep you sane in such an insane time. I love you. We all love you. Chat, please, please, please show some love to Lee while I pass the mic to this guest to tell us why they're MAGA. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So when you were debating that mom and said that they had a transgender son or daughter, I'm sorry, I forgot. I mean, that kind of hit a soft spot in me. I support Trump's point, how he said he doesn't support surgery for minors, transition surgery, puberty blockers. And I was just wondering what your point on that is. If you don't want to debate that, I also have another point I'd like to debate, which is Trump declaring war on the cartels. And I think that's good. And it would actually solve the Mexican immigration policy. It's up to you which one you want to debate. I'm respectful. I'll listen. If you can change my mind, I will 100% admit it. But the only thing I'm asking you is to also admit the same thing.
Yeah, so so whatever your reason is insofar as why you support Trump, that's fine. Point number one, I think what Donald Trump is going after, sex reassignment surgery for the youth, At least that's what he said. Now, minors don't get sex reassignment surgery. For trans youth, what they can start in some scenarios is hormone replacement therapy, which I do generally agree with if it is the culmination and conclusion of the consensus of like multiple medical health professionals. Not to mention that in many scenarios, HRT can be reversible if a mind is to change later in life, which typically doesn't occur. But once again, because we're talking about why you support Trump as president, like, can you point me towards like a directive, an executive order, or a law that he's passed or signed into law to like ban these things?
So,
because I mean, I guess I don't talk about this frequently, but the last thing I remember is this point just being purely rhetorical.
So Trump's point with transition is, hold on, I have it right here. Give me 1 second. He said it's basically, mutilation of children whenever they go through that therapy and sexual transition. And you said that it's actually not legal. I actually have a friend, that is a minor that actually did go through transition sex.
Did they get
and
surgery?
It's in Seattle. Yeah.
An actual
100%.
surgery.
In Seattle.
Could you point me towards any resources? I'm just unaware of this ever happening. Point me towards resources. Let's see.
I don't want to expose them, but so
you're saying that there's no like public information about this ever happening to anybody else?
Well, if you go to a transition therapy center in Seattle, they will 100% give you the authority to go through with it as long as you have your parents' consent.
Wait, transition therapy center. So
transition sexual like transition surgery.
Okay, so just give me any like publicly available online resources.
Publicly available?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have any, but if we can go to the other argument, the other argument of immigration, I would love to do that. So I don't know if you're aware with what's going on in Mexico, and this has 100% something to do with Trump. They are all protesting because the president of Mexico is 100% going for and protecting the cartels. And Donald Trump said that he wants to declare war against them. So in my opinion, I think that if Donald Trump takes care of the cartel situation in Mexico, that would solve the immigration Mexican policy. All the Mexican Americans in America would gladly go back to Mexico if there weren't any cartels to worry about. And I've lived in Mexico. I am an immigrant. I was born in America. Well, yeah, I lived in Mexico. I lived there for 3 years. I know exactly what it's like to live in Mexico. So if there weren't any cartels over there, all the Mexicans in America right now would gladly go back. And I just want to hear your opinion on that.
Okay, so assuming that you're right, if we were to like destroy the cartels, Mexican Americans would quote unquote go back to Mexico. Well, it actually seems like a very like poor idea for America to start war with the cartels, right? Or at least maybe one of the negative outcomes, because like millions of immigrants leaving this country would really hurt this country. Right.
Well, what if they left it?
But like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, even on their own choice, right? They're still willingly choosing to leave our labor force. They're still willingly choosing to leave our consumer base. They're still willingly choosing to leave our base of taxpayers, and they're still willingly choosing, right, to reduce the overall output and productivity of the American economy. But like, I'm very comfortable with saying that this won't happen if we declare war on the cartels. If Mexican cartels went away, I don't think that we'd see a mass remigration of individuals living in America that immigrated from Mexico going back to Mexico. I don't think.
Okay, so the main reason Mexicans come and illegally immigrate to the United States is because they're trying to actively get away from the cartels.
I think that can be true in some scenarios, but I don't think that's going to be true in all scenarios. Nor do I think it's going to be the only motivation.
Well, not only that, because the government is also corrupt and.
How about this? I want you to demonstrate a source to me, like a survey, right? It's okay if it's even like a smaller sample size. Like I'll just accept whatever data you have to represent your point as being true to demonstrate that literally the one and only, keep that only word in mind, that individuals immigrate to America from Mexico to escape the cartels. Once again, my position would be, I wouldn't doubt it if this would be a motivation for some people. I don't think this would be a motivation for every individual, and I definitely don't think this would be the only motivation for every individual. So please demonstrate that source, sir.
So I'm a primary source because I come from Mexico.
Your primary source for your own anecdotal experiences. You're not a primary and reliable source for like widespread motivations insofar as why other individuals did the same thing.
Well, if you
right?
ask a Mexican why they're immigrating to the United States, is because they're trying to get away from two things.
Okay.
One,
So you're saying if you ask somebody through a survey, then they'll give you this answer. So obviously the survey is going to be out there and publicly accessible, and these are the empirics that I'm asking you to demonstrate in order to effectively prove your claim. So please give me the source. You just said if you ask them, this is what they'll tell you. Okay, demonstrate to me right, a survey that employed the scientific method insofar as surveying the motivations.
So what you're asking right now is actually
a
fallacy. So what you're asking right now is actually a fallacy, because you're asking me to provide a source that claims that all Mexican people coincidentally agree that yes, we are leaving because the cartels are corrupt. Well, yeah, that's mostly true, but in reality, they're leaving because the politics are corrupt. All the government is controlled by the cartel. They barely have enough money to work. That's why a lot of the immigrants are coming over here, because even if they do work, even if they work full time over there, they're not making enough money to live and support their families. So they come over here to America. And I fully have empathy for the people that immigrate over here. My family immigrated over here. But when you have cartels and super corrupt government officials over there, it's almost like impossible not to run away from the country.
I would say that the main reason for immigration from Mexico into America would be for motivations of socioeconomic concerns.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
They think that they'll have a better financial life if they live in America compared to Mexico, so they immigrate.
100%. Yeah, I agree with, and that's why my family came here. And if the cartels weren't over there constantly threatening the political officials' lives, they would have.
So I think what you're positing is that cartels, right, pose a problem in Mexico. I'm not too educated on the nature of the problem of the cartels in Mexico, but I'm still willing to accept the claim nonetheless. I just don't think that accepting said claim entails the conclusion that if we were to defeat the cartels, that therefore we would see re-immigration from America to Mexico.
Okay, so the main reason, like I said,
right, not to mention that re-immigration would be harmful to this country. It'd serve as a detriment to our economy.
Well, you can't really complain about that if they're willingly leaving on their own cause. Like, no one's telling them to leave. They want to go back to Mexico. And I guarantee you, every single Mexican in America would go back to Mexico if their lives weren't threatened every single day by the cartel.
Well, that's going to be a baseless guarantee that you can't make, and it's actually incredibly absurd.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because what you're telling me is that you would expect millions of individuals to uproot their lives and move themselves, their family, and leave their job to go move somewhere.
No one's forcing them.
No one is suggesting that there'd be force involved. I'm saying that the incentive for them to do so just merely wouldn't exist, okay? Right? Like, I understand what you're saying here, right? If we, like, make Mexico better, right, then, like, you're saying that more individuals would be, like, willing to, like, move to Mexico or whatever. But I think where the insane claim comes in is when you suggest that if we make Mexico better, then we'll see everybody uproot their lives, quit their job, and leave with them and their family to move back to Mexico. Point number one, you're going to see a lot of pragmatic issues that would just prevent this, like not having the funds to quit your job, not having the funds to uproot your life, not having the funds to move to Mexico. Another like pragmatic issue that we'd face here would just be like the social connections. Maybe they actually met their husband or wife in America. They had their kids in America. They're in American schools. We don't want to like uproot them and make them leave those schools. Other social issues, insofar as just feeling comfortable with where they're at today, so they don't want to be uncomfortable, uproot their life and move to Mexico. And like I could continue on and on all day long discussing these reasons as more. But of course, like the inevitable conclusion would be here is that you're fucking crazy for thinking that millions of individuals would uproot their lives and move to Mexico. And if you can't think that, I feel bad for you.
Are you deciding? Are you deciding how to think for a minority?
I'm
as a white man.
So I don't think my race has anything to do with the preposterous nature of your claim. listen, like I could be white, I could be black, I could be Hispanic, I could be any race. That won't change the fact that it's preposterous to suggest that millions of individuals would uproot their lives, quit their jobs, and move them and their family to another country, predicated on that country becoming better. You're completely lost, buddy. Go ahead and unmute. I think that you just lost the debate.
Wait, hello?
Yeah, hi. I think that you just lost the debate.
No, I didn't. Would you agree?
Because so you made a preposterous assertion that being that millions of individuals would uproot their lives and move to another country, right? On a hair of a whim, and then when I was able to like very clearly suggest and describe to you why that was preposterous, I went over the related financial concerns. I went over the related like social concerns to uprooting your life. Maybe you have kids in this country. Maybe you met your partner in this country, so on and so forth, right? And then you respond to that by saying, "So are you saying as a white man, like, dude, come on, bro." My race doesn't change the preposterous nature of your claim.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you agree that the Mexican politics and government is corrupted and ran by the cartel?
I don't know enough about the Mexican government in order to make that assertion. However,
I am.
I'm not done
I'm
speaking. Okay, thank you so much. I don't know enough about Mexican politics in order to make that assertion. However, like I do obviously know and have heard from many individuals that the cartels in Mexico do purport an issue. But once again, I don't think that this changes the preposterous nature of your claim. That yes, I did mute you because you interrupted me. I just saw you type that in the chat. And obviously, you're not going to be listening to me because instead you're typing in the chat. Come on, bro, fucking focus. And I don't think that this would change the preposterous nature of your claim.
Turn on. Well, actually, I was listening. I don't know if you can, but I can multitask. Anyways, if the government in the United States was not ran by cartels, the minimum wage over there would be almost the same as the United States. So when you're saying that people won't have jobs, they're going to lose money, they lose financial gain. If they go to Mexico when it's not corrupt and when it's not ran by people that slaughter people just because they're part of a different faction, you're going to see complete upward spiral of, I don't know, money. People are going to succeed. They're not going to be scared to go outside and work and speak their political opinions. I don't know if you know, but the president of the United States is literally Jewish and she's ran by Israel. Same thing that controls Trump and every single politician in the United States.
Okay.
And if you disagree with that, you're
So point number one, you said the president of the United States is Jewish and ran by Israel. The president of the United States is a man, not a woman. So I think that you meant to say president of Mexico. Point number two, right? I don't think that we should ever criticize anybody for being Jewish, right? I think that is baseless anti-Semitism. Point number three, we can criticize individuals for being sympathetic to the state of Israel, and we can criticize individuals for their Zionism. Point number four, now you're suggesting that if the socioeconomic stability of the country of Mexico was better, then many individuals would immigrate into Mexico and uproot their lives and leave them in America. Well, I'm sure that this might be true in some scenarios, but I don't think it'd be true in all scenarios. My main reason for this would be is I'm sure that I'd have more job opportunity if I were to leave Grand Junction, Colorado and move to LA. Why haven't I? Because I'm comfortable in Grand Junction, Colorado. This is where my girlfriend works, and this is where my family lives. So there's also many other complex concerns that would play in to like this image of who would immigrate and who would leave America, so on and so forth. That makes it significantly more complicated than your small brain thinking in 1D could understand by suggesting that if Mexico became better, then millions of individuals, every Mexican American, would uproot their life and go back to Mexico.
Okay, real quick, I said president of the United States. I did mean to say president of Mexico. You are correct. Also, secondhand, I haven't attacked you in any single way. You've thrown 5 ad hominems at me. It's kind of disrespectful. I'm just here to debate respectfully. Kind of sucks when you say that.
Yeah, come on, dude. I'm so sorry. I kind of lost like any respect that I could have had for you, right? Which was already like really low. It's hard for me to respect Trump supporters. Right. The moment when you're like, so are you saying that like you as a white man, like, dude, come on. Like you started saying that I'm wrong for suggesting that there's a complex interplay of various desires and incentives to stay in one area compared to moving to another. And this is why we would not expect every Mexican American to move to Mexico, given that Mexico became better. And then your response was, are you telling me that you as a white man, like that's kind of like when I like realized that this is a little bit of an unserious conversation.
That's funny. Unserious conversation. Do you believe we should have open borders?
I believe that you should respond to the other 3 points that I made. Then I'll answer your question.
Okay, I can. So
the second point that I'd like you to address now is the fact that you attempted to criticize the president of Mexico for being Jewish. I don't think that we should criticize anybody for being Jewish. I do think it's okay to criticize individuals for being sympathetic to the state of Israel and or being Zionists.
I mean, do you support the fucking ethnic cleansing of Palestine?
No.
Because if you do, if you're defending an Israelite, you're defending the Jewish. If you're defending a Jew, they are for Israel. I don't know if you know what AIPAC is, but they basically control the whole entire politics.
So this is like this is where you are against the state of Israel because you're anti-Semitic. So I think it's you're anti-Semitic. You're absolutely anti-Semitic for the reasons in which why you're against the state of Israel. Because what you're doing is you're equivocating between an individual's ethnicity or an individual's religion and a terroristic state. I'm like full-heartedly against the state of Israel. I'm full-heartedly against against Netanyahu, and I'm full-heartedly against the ethnic cleansing that has been ongoing of the Palestinian individuals.
If you're against them, you wouldn't defend them.
I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. This is your live.
But I think that you have a very small brain if you want to turn around and blame that on all Jewish individuals.
Well, you're defending Jewish people when they defend Israel and they're ethnically cleansing the people of Palestine. Am I crazy for this? Am I crazy for saying this? He is literally defending Jewish people that are ethnically cleansing the people in Palestine. What are we getting confused over here?
Hey, do you think it's wrong to be white?
Absolutely not. What?
Wait, why? Hitler was white and he committed a Holocaust.
Whoa! Yo, clip this. This fucking kid is retarded. Okay. Clip this.
There you go. See the logic there? Right? Anyways, so we're going to go ahead and remove him now for the use of the R word. But yeah, I don't know why he was telling everybody to clip his own demise. I don't know why he was telling everybody to clip his own demise, right? like hopefully it's clear, right, that state of Israel bad, right? But not all Jewish individuals represent state of Israel nor support state of Israel. Right? This would be like saying that because Hitler was white, that therefore it is wrong to be white, in the same way that he is suggesting, because the state of Israel is a Jewish state, therefore it is wrong to be Jewish. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2005.
Perfect. So let's have a conversation. Before we do, I want to thank a couple people here. The Proletariat, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Proletariat. The Proletariat with a $50 says, amazed every day with your work. Thank you so much for the love, Proletariat. I really appreciate you for being here. And thank you so much for the $50. It is seriously so incredibly kind of you, my friend. Show some fucking love to Proletariat down below. As well as Robot with a $10 over on Vimeo says, as an Ashkenazi Jew, I could say fuck Israel. He is a non-Jewish person, can get fucked. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Right? There are so many Jewish individuals. I want to make this clear, okay? I'm gonna fucking speak to every single one of you right now, and I need you to listen the hell up. There are so many Jewish individuals in which do not stand for the state of Israel and stand against the state of Israel. And in fact, when you equivocate between being a Jewish individual and support of the state of Israel, all that you are saying is that Jewish individuals should support Israel. Okay? What you are doing is you are invalidating individuals like Robot that are Jewish, that say fuck Israel, and you're basically implying that Robot should not say fuck Israel, but should rather stand with the state. Okay? In the sentiment, right, that we should equivocate Israel with Judaism, Israel with all individuals that are religiously Jewish or ethnically Jewish, you are in turn, right, not only propagating harmful stereotypes which lead to the detriment of individuals for a fact of themselves that they either cannot change, right, because it is their ethnicity, or is not intrinsically harmful because it is their interpretation of a religion in which does not perpetuate the permissibility of an ethnic cleansing, right, to rather say that they should support Israel. And that if they don't, then they're like not Jewish. I don't even know. But anyways, we got him out of here. Katie, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, so I support his policies on deporting illegal immigrants.
Okay, we've been talking about that all day. Anything else?
Yeah, I support his attempt to fight inflation and his attempt to bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States.
Okay. So point about inflation is up. Point about manufacturing jobs are down and investment is down. So it seems like he's failed.
Yeah, I mean, but it also takes like quite a few years to see the impacts of a president's economy. Like it doesn't like immediately happen.
Okay,
you know
well, things have been
policies
immediately getting worse because what you're suggesting is that we'll see a gradual change in the right direction, and over the course of a handful of years, then we'll finally be better off. Well, we've only seen a gradual change in the wrong direction as every single macroeconomic variable in this country has only gotten worse.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like, again, when you first start these policies, like they take years to like observe the effects of. So I don't really think.
So which
like,
policies has he already implemented that will like be very beneficial to this country in a handful of years?
I support his implementation of tariffs.
Okay, the tariffs that he's already repealing, but I thought it took years for them to go into effect. So why is he already repealing them?
He's not repealing.
Yeah, he is.
Them.
Yeah,
They're still
yes, absolutely. So he started off on July 4th with tariffs on literally every other country in the world. Now he's down to just tariffs on a handful of countries. He's imposed 300% tariffs on China. He's revoked them. He's imposed 60% tariffs on Argentina. He's revoked them, then reimposed them. He's imposed like higher tariffs on India, then reduced them. He imposed 39% tariffs on Switzerland and now bumped them down to 15% because they gave him a Rolex, so on and so forth.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he totally like came in really hard, and they're not like as strong as they initially were, but there's still definitely tariffs on like a lot of countries.
Okay, so what tariffs on what countries are going to be beneficial to America in the long term?
In the long term, yeah. Again,
So
not like right
which
this
ones are going to be
second.
beneficial? Which ones?
I think China specifically, and a lot of other like the other countries that produce a lot of stuff for us, like Bangladesh and places like that.
So why are the tariffs on China going to be beneficial?
Well, I think in the long term, if we keep getting everything made in those countries and shipped to us, eventually we lose like our ability to manufacture things for ourselves, and eventually they're going to be able to raise the prices, and it's going to be more expensive for us to ship things from there eventually anyways. So you might as well try to
I'm just not really understanding what your argument is. You're saying that if we don't impose these tariffs, then we're going to lose an ability to manufacture, right?
Yeah, because we...
So then why have our manufacturers only been hurt with the imposition of these tariffs? How have they benefited?
American manufacturers?
Yes, they've only been hurt. Investment into American manufacturing is down after it was going up and up and up every single quarter under the Biden-Harris administration. Unemployment is soaring. I mean, last month we got one of the worst job reports we've ever seen, with our economy losing 153,000 jobs. Not to mention, your first point was to say that you support mass deportation when that forcefully expels 8.4 million of those manufacturers' workers, only hurting them more. So, in fact, I would argue, so far, the fruition of the policy that you support with the idealistic goal of emboldening our manufacturers has only hurt our manufacturers.
I disagree. I mean, I think he's cut a lot of regulations on like what it takes to produce things here, and I think eventually it will be cheaper. I also think that
Okay, well, you didn't respond to any single point I made. You just said you disagreed. So please go. I disagree for reasons X, Y, and Z. So what specific point did I make that you think is wrong? Was it the point when I suggested that mass deportation is harmful to our manufacturers? Was it the point that I suggested where we're now finally seeing a massive reduction in the amount of investment into our manufacturers after years of it soaring? Is it the point that I made about job numbers being absolutely terrible? Like, you said that you disagree. So what specific one of those points do you disagree with?
Okay, so with the mass deportation point, and I think you are correct on the idea that if you were to deport all those people, they do a lot of jobs that are necessary here, but because they are willing to accept wages that are lower, because like if you're illegal, you're going to accept a lower wage, that actually like harms American citizens. So
then why don't you just give them pathway to residency or
citizenship?
citizenship? You just said the reason why they're more willing to accept lower wages is because they're an undocumented immigrant. Therefore, if they were not an undocumented immigrant, they would not be more likely and willing to accept lower wages. Therefore, what we should do is offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they can continue to work, continue to buy, continue to contribute to the GDP, and continue to pay taxes compared to expensing trillions of dollars on the removal. You know that's a good point. Your silence tells me that's a good point.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I can't, like, I don't disagree that it should be like a more streamlined process to get in here legally. But again, I
remember, that's not precisely what I suggested, although that is a suggestion that I agree with. But my specific suggestion was that I think you were right when you assume that they're more willing to accept lower wages because they have less bargaining power in the market as they are an undocumented immigrant. And the way to fix this is to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, not to deport them, which will only hurt the market more.
Yeah. Okay.
So I remember when I made that point, originally you said that you disagreed. I asked you to get specific, and now you concede, which is great, by the way. So now that you've conceded to this fact that Donald Trump's mass deportation is incredibly devastational to American industries, well, I think this now challenges your base claim that you support Trump as president, as you think he is good for American industries.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's better than the alternative.
Yeah, I disagree. So we just agreed on like a really big way that Donald Trump is hurting manufacturers. What's a similarly big way that Kamala Harris would have hurt American manufacturers?
Well, I think that I don't disagree that like the things that he's doing may not be working right this second, but I think he's at least making an attempt to bring the manufacturing jobs back, and we are losing them.
An
right?
attempt that's obviously failing, but you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. My question was, what is a really big way similarly that Kamala Harris would have hurt manufacturers if she was president?
I think she would have hurt manufacturers by continuing to let things go the way they were, which is manufacturing jobs leaving America.
Oh, dude, manufacturing is doing great under Biden and Harris. We had the highest levels of investment into American manufacturing that we've ever seen. But exploding GDP growth, that was great. Industries were doing phenomenal. That was great. 2 50-year historic low levels of unemployment, including in the manufacturing sector. Great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really I'm not an economist and I don't study this stuff all day, so I don't really have an argument against that. I guess I can't get that specific when I'm talking about it.
Okay.
But
all right, well, I'm sure that there's other things we could go over before we do. Do you mind if I thank a couple people real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Over on Super Chat. Thank you, DK, for another $20. Appreciate that so much. DK says, saying that, quote unquote, all Jews are Israel, end quote, is like saying that all Catholics are Vatican. One is a diverse global people. The other is a state with its own government. Criticizing one does not justify attacking millions of innocent people. DK, once again, completely right, completely based, completely so incredibly based. And then Bjorn, thank you for the 10 euros as well. Bjorn didn't leave a message, only love, but thank you. Then Emily, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, as a public health professional, I could confidently say that if more Americans were educated in health literacy, there would be way less MAGA/Maha supporters. Please keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Emily. You actually dropped a donation yesterday. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all the love. Show some love to Emily down below. And the Rebecca with the $15 too. Thank you so much for the love, Rebecca. Show some love to Emily and Rebecca. Then Nicole, thank you for the 5. Taylor with the 2. And Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Adriana with a 2. Liddy Quinn with a 1. Jay with a 5. And Chandler, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Chandler. Dude, let's get 200 Chandler W's down below in that comment section. That is CHANDLER. Chandler with the $20 says, thank you for all that you do as a person in the Deep South. The people you debate sound like my family and peers. It gives me courage to push back against the ignorance. Keep it up. You're a hero. Listen, Chandler, I'm really happy that these streams give you a little bit more courage to push back against it in your own interpersonal life. That is what I want to inspire. And I think it's so awesome that you took that away from what we do here. Thank you for the $20. And thank you for being a real American patriot. And then Dean, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo. Good to see you again. And yeah, I'll have to look into debating Steven Crowder. Tass and Moose, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Tass and Moose, show some up to Tass and Moose down below. A couple other people too. Let's see, super duper quickly. Lant, thank you for the $8. I really appreciate that. Jenny with a $5 says, keep cooking the maggots. Appreciate you for that love, Jenny. And Christopher with a $5 as well. Thank you so much, Christopher. Then just a couple more people to thank over on PayPal. I'll try to make it quick. Let's see. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, I've been so emotional the last week, and all I could think today is, quote unquote, I need Dean. You're doing a lot, and I hope you know in a positive way, so I'm appreciative of you and Parker. Oh, Ashley, I'm really happy that the streams help you out. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the $20. And then Christopher, the $5, who says, thank you for your voice. Thank you so much, Christopher. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 as well on PayPal. Michelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Jalen, that is Jalen, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, nice seeing you as always. This is Jalen, the United Airlines agent you spoke with a few weeks ago. That's crazy. I'm going to be quick with this story, folks. So I called in to a United Airlines customer service line with some help on my flight because I had an issue. And then Jalen picks up the phone, and of course I give her my reservation information. I'm like, my name is Dean Withers, and then she goes like, shit, like the Dean Withers? And so I had a little bit of a conversation with her, and she was like, I watched this stream, so Jalen. Good to see you. Hope you're well. And then one last one here, and I really want y'all to show some love for this one. Mr. fucking Timothy. Thank you so much for the $60 over on PayPal. Timothy, thank you so much for your kindness, brother. That is fucking nuts. Timothy with the $60 says, you're totally right and on point. Love your show. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Timothy, for your kind words and the $60. That is fucking nuts. Thank you so much. And then Barbara, thank you for the 25, and James with a 14. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching from home and you want to support me, you want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal right there on the top of the phone. You could also find direct links to them in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the pin message. Of course, you could also support on Super Chat. Thank you guys so much for the love. I appreciate you for your patience. Katie, do you have any other arguments insofar as why you support Trump as president?
Yeah, well, I mean, this isn't necessarily support for him, but it's more kind of a question for you guys. You bring up like Epstein a lot. How do you like not think about the fact that like pretty much a lot of other powerful politicians from the Democratic Party are also going to likely be on that list?
Oh, damn. You use the word also, imploring that you assume that Donald Trump is likely on that list. Well, here'd be my response. If Obama's on that list, send him to jail. If Biden's on that list, send him to jail. If Hillary Clinton's on that list, send her to jail. If Bill Clinton's on that list, send him to jail. Now, if Donald Trump's on that list, should he be sent to jail?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump had sexually exploited women or girls, you'd say you no longer support him as president?
I mean, define sexual exploitation. Like that's
for sure. An example of sexual exploitation would be abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much true.
If he did do that, would you still support him as president?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think someone's personal conduct is more important than their leadership abilities, I guess.
So if Donald Trump raped a little girl, you'd still support him as president?
No.
Wait, but you
he
just
didn't
said his
rape.
quote-unquote personal conduct's not more important than the presidency.
Well, right, but
Wait,
I
so you're
mean,
saying that you judge him for raping a little girl, so why wouldn't you judge him for sexually exploiting a little girl?
Did he?
Well, if he did, you just said that you'd still support him as president.
Right. I mean, again,
So why would you judge him for child rape, but you wouldn't judge him for child sex exploitation?
Okay, I would judge him for child sex exploitation.
So if he sexually exploited women or girls, you'd say, I no longer support him as president.
Yeah.
And you agree that sexual exploitation, would include the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability for everyone else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Yeah, but again, I think
hypothetically here, if Donald Trump abused his position of power as the owner of a beauty pageant to allow himself to unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms of the naked women and girls inside of that space, and then abuse their position of vulnerability, of course, feeling vulnerable enough to get naked to change, as they were under the presumption that they were in a woman's only space, and the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct, specifically the unconsensual sexual conduct of him looking at them, that would make him guilty of sexual exploitation, correct? Did I just get a yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if that would make him guilty of sexual exploitation, and you would not support Trump as president if he was guilty of sexual exploitation, then you're going to stop supporting Trump at around 30 seconds from now, as soon as this clip of him admitting to doing exactly that finishes playing.
I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I mean, yeah, I've heard that before.
Okay, so you're no longer a Trump supporter.
I don't support everything he does and his
You're
personal
shifting the
life,
goalposts
no.
because you told me if he was guilty of sex exploitation, you would no longer support him as president. What
I
happened to
said
that?
of child sex exploitation, yeah. But,
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well, guess what? He did it to children. Children are minors. We had 4 people that competed at Miss Teen USA speak out and said that he did this to them.
okay, well,
Right.
then yeah, that changes it.
Okay, so you're no longer a Trump supporter?
I mean, again, I don't know. Like, I'd support
Oh wait, you don't know
him as the president.
Oh, so you lied. So you lied when you said that you would no longer support him if he was guilty of child sex exploitation. Like not even 10 seconds ago. Like literally, not even 10 seconds ago, you said I said I'd stop supporting him as president if he's guilty of child sex exploitation. Now you've learned that he is, and you still support him as president. You lack a spine. You're a member of a cult. You like to pretend like you're a regular person that cares about these things and say that you would stop supporting President Trump if he had done them. But then when you learn he has, you take the mask off and you inform us all that you're a spineless member of a cult.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not like MAGA, I guess.
You are.
So I wouldn't. Well, no, but
You are. You're a MAGA cultist if you will say you'd stop supporting Trump if he was guilty of child sex exploitation. Then when you learn he is, continue to support him. I think that is like the very common example of what it means to be a member of the MAGA cult.
okay. Well, I guess it's less. I mean, it's honestly, I guess it's just not that surprising that like a man in power like that would have done things like that. Like,
You know what is surprising?
Mm-hmm.
You still supporting that man in power. That's surprising.
Yeah. I mean, but again, like, it's possible for me to still think that he's a better politician than the alternative. And I don't know.
Sure, if you contradict what you said when you told us you'd stop supporting him if he did this. So do you walk that one back? Can you like explicitly say, Dean, I walk that one back?
Well, no, because like I'm not gonna.
You can't have like these two things can't be true at once. Like you have
but
to,
you can
like,
support certain aspects of someone and not
that's
others.
not what you said. That what I asked you if you would stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited girls, and you said yeah.
Okay, sure. I walk that one back.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah, no, absolutely. And earlier, when you said that you'd stop supporting Trump if he was guilty of child rape, I bet if it came out that he was, you'd walk that one back too.
No, I would not walk that back.
I don't believe you. Why do you draw your line at child rape but not child sex exploitation? If you could give me a comprehensive and nuanced answer to said question, I will believe you.
Because I mean, he's a creep. Like, I think it's pretty known. But again, like, I fully believe that every president ever has committed similar.
Yeah, not Kamala Harris. You couldn't even find a speeding ticket on her. So if the argument is you'd still support him because the alternative did it too, no, the fuck she didn't.
Biden did.
Okay. Well,
Bill Clinton sexually exploited someone while he was in office.
So Biden didn't, right? But that doesn't even matter because Biden wasn't running against Trump. Are you saying the alternative to Trump would have been the first president in this country's history that wasn't guilty of sexual violence?
Wait, sorry?
You just said that every other president we've ever had has done these same things. So are you saying the alternative to Trump in the 2024 election would have been the very first president in this country's history that was not guilty of sexual violence?
violence is different than what you were talking about.
Sexual exploitation is sexual violence. Sexual violence is an umbrella category that includes sexual exploitation, sexual coercement, rape, so on and so forth. Sexual harassment, sexual assault. These are all subcategories.
Yeah, but harassment's
of
not
one
violence. I mean, they're two different things.
Sexual harassment is a form of sexual violence. So violence isn't always physical. Violence isn't always like physical, like touch.
Okay, well, I do disagree with that. I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, the reason why you disagree with that is to downplay what Trump is guilty of. Like, I like, just to be honest, like, now this is like the new rhetorical argument. So if you've been watching these streams for a while, I'm sure you remember that we had this epidemic and plague of Trump supporters that would just deny Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because the court ruled it a sexual assault, regardless of my explanation on how that sexual assault was rape. They didn't care because they wanted to downplay how wrong it was by using rhetorical tactics of using different words to refer to it. You just know that the phrase sexual violence, right, like begs a very negative reaction from people for good reason. And you can't argue against the fact that he did sexually exploit women and girls. So instead, you'll attempt to downplay its wrongness by using words or denying to use words in which beg a negative reaction, such as violence. So violence is not always physical, right? And the reason why sexual exploitation is violence is because of the response in which is elicited from said victims of said sexual exploitation. Having your consent violated is always violent, right? Like having like your right to bodily autonomy, either in the physical sense of rape, or in this in this different sense of having some man impede upon a woman's private space to take advantage of their position of vulnerability while naked and changing to unconsensually look at them. That is a violent act.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't consider that. It's creepy and it's weird, but I just don't consider that violent. And I think, like,
okay, define violence.
I mean, realistically, like when I think about violence, I'm referring to like physical assault. Like,
so can you define violence?
I mean, I can look it up. Like.
Because I'll just tell you how I use like the words. So I use like sexual violence to represent like unwanted sexual acts or like activity against a person without their consent. Like that's how I define sexual violence. Okay, right? There's like a couple key aspects. Lack of consent is a big one, and I just use this as like a umbrella term for many different acts, physical and non-physical, rape, sexual assault. Unwanted sexual touching, sexual exploitation in the sense of forcing somebody to be viewed naked by oneself.
Okay, but again, like, wouldn't
let's see.
Everyone...
So literally every single like women's DV shelter and a rape crisis hotline ever will describe sexual violence as any kind of sexual activity or act that was unwanted or happened without consent. Find me one DV shelter or one rape hotline that does not define sexual violence in this way or a near identical way. Because it is the lack of consent that makes it violent.
Okay, right, but like, if the Epstein list is real and it exists,
no. Answer my question. Answer my question. Find me one DV shelter. Find me one rape hotline. Find me like one nonprofit to raise awareness about, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, sexual exploitation, so on and so forth. That does not define sexual violence in this way. The only people that you will find that define sexual violence in this way are the people that perpetuate sexual violence and the people that are apologetic to those that perpetuate sexual violence. The people that are sexually violated, the people that have sexual violence perpetuated against them, the people that care about sexual violence, that help the victims, these hotlines, the shelters, the nonprofits, so on and so forth, they all define sexual violence, right, to include non-physical sexual actions on the basis that they lack consent. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. If you go and Google it, I'm sure that's correct. I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying,
then why are you choosing to side with the perpetuators of sexual violence compared to the victims of sexual violence on this matter? Because you are. On the matter of what you consider to be sexual violence, you are standing with the perpetuators of it, not the victims of it. Why?
well, like I said, if the Epstein list is real, then so is every other.
No. Answer my question.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't even about the Epstein list. I'm not talking about the Epstein list right now. So that's why I interrupted you so quickly, is because I know that you're not answering my question, because I'm not even talking about the Epstein list right now.
I mean, I guess I just think it's possible for, like, him still to be a better candidate than...
Well, that's also not the question that I asked you, right? Remember, the question that I'm asking you, just to, like, jog your memory here, is the fact that you don't think sexual violence would include sexual exploitation because of the fact that it's non-physical, right? Now, right, I responded to that by bringing up the fact that DV shelters, rape hotlines, nonprofits that focus on proactive help and support for victims and victims themselves will all define sexual violence to include non-consensual sexual conduct, even if non-physical, because it was with the lack of consent. And everybody, right, who would argue that sexual violence does not include these things, right, would typically be the perpetuators of sexual violence or those apologetic to them, ultimately reducing, right, you down to siding with the people that perpetuate sexual violence compared to the victims of it. And you can prove me wrong by finding me a rape crisis hotline, a nonprofit for victims of sexual violence, or a victim of sexual violence, right, that would disagree with me, right? But I don't think you will be able to find one, right? So in other words, the question that remains is, why are you choosing to side with the perpetrators of sexual violence over the victims of sexual violence insofar as defining what sexual violence is or is not?
I mean, I know a lot of women who have been through sexual violence and they wouldn't consider exploitation to be violence.
Yeah, so not only are you unable to, like, give me, like, a specific reference here from, like, a nonprofit or...
Well, I'm not going to specifically reference someone.
But also, you seem to be assuming, all right, what these victims would think and how they would feel.
I mean, if I've had conversations with them, then yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you very specifically had a conversation on what the definition of sexual violence is in your life until this moment.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I guess I am assuming, just based on knowing them, that they would not consider something non-physical to be violence.
Right.
But
Well, so we're not debating assumptions. We're debating what we can prove.
okay, then I guess I should change my definition of sexual violence, but...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So, once again, now that you've conceded that that's sexual violence, I don't even know why we went on that detour. Back to the overall premise here. The question that I asked you was, because you posited that Trump and every president that we've had before Trump is guilty of sexual violence, and Kamala Harris wasn't, why did you forego an opportunity to elect the first president of the United States of America that was not guilty of sexual violence and are still supporting the president that is until this day?
Because I don't determine someone's ability to run the country on
Whether or
that.
not they've committed sexual violence? You don't think someone committing sexual violence is going to maybe disqualify them from being able to treat people in general better?
Right. If they don't care about the consent of a little girl, how could they care about the country as a whole?
Yeah. Genuinely. Do you think that they're going to treat you okay, or you good, or our society or country good, if it is the case that they're willing to treat literally little girls that way?
Yeah. Also, Parker, I really appreciate you for joining, man. I got to go pee real quick. For the 18,000 people joining us on TikTok and the 6.2 thousand people joining us on YouTube, I'm going to leave here for around a minute just to go pee. We got Parker up on the line. He's going to be talking to the guests, and I'll be right back. Hope. Thank you for the galaxy. All right. Peace out, guys.
Do you see kind of like what we're saying?
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't think somebody's like personal character is determining of their ability to run the country now.
I think it's definitely relevant. I think if they are willing to assault people, I think that definitely is going to be indicative of the fact that they're going to treat our country worse as well. And I don't think that if they assault people that they should be allowed to be in those leadership positions. Right? Are you saying that, like, for example, right, if you were to know that someone like not only assaulted children but also trafficked them, that you'd still vote for them? Because it wouldn't be relevant to like what they do in terms of politics under your perspective?
No, I wouldn't vote for them, but at the same time, if you're referring to like the whole child sex trafficking,
Well, I'm just saying, like, at a certain point, you're going to say that sexual violence will be viewed in a certain way in which will disqualify someone, right? And personal characteristics will be relevant towards you determining whether or not you vote for someone. So if that will be viewed at some point, why isn't that viewed when Donald Trump sexually abused a woman? Why isn't that viewed when specifically Donald Trump has sexually exploited, right, naked women and girls as young as 15 years old, right? 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms that Donald Trump would barge in, right, without their consent, of course. And they're literally children. They couldn't even do that.
My argument would be is that he's actually done it.
Yeah, like, seriously, like, genuinely, like, why can't you say that's enough of a, claim to disqualify Trump? 26 different people have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct.
Okay, but if I believe that he would still be like better at running the country, then I feel like more people's lives, like net positive, like I think.
Wow. So if you agreed with Jeffrey Epstein's policies, would you vote for him?
No.
If Jeffrey Epstein had the
also
same
dead,
policies as Donald... Okay, wait. So then, like, there, again, becomes a certain point where you're like, okay, their personal character disqualifies them for being a candidate.
Yeah, but if the Epstein
so
list
if the personal character can cause someone to be disqualified enough so that you wouldn't support them at a certain point, well, then why wouldn't it be in this context here with Donald Trump? Like, this has to be a disqualifier. Like, look at what he's done. And not even just that. He's incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, right? He's actively denying science, saying that climate change is going to climate is going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, and saying that people shouldn't take Tylenol during pregnancy because it causes autism when scientists indicate and medical professionals indicate that it does not cause autism, and studies indicate that there's no association after taking into account siblings and genetics. Right, like, he's literally lying, causing mass panic about straight up misinformation bullshit. And what? For what? This guy's a horrible person. His character is dog shit. His policy's horrible. You couldn't even defend him on a policy standpoint.
I mean, honestly, no, probably not against y'all because you are like professional debaters. So.
Okay, so then, like, if you can defend him on a character standpoint, on a policy standpoint, on a leadership standpoint, on a standpoint of, like, on anywhere, then why would you support that guy? Seriously, if he's indefensible from every single perspective, how would you say that you could support him? What do you get?
I don't get anything. I just think he's better than the alternative.
Nothing. Wait, what do you mean you get? Wait, so if he's better than the alternative, how so? How is Kamala Harris worse than that?
Well, I think that Democrats in general, like, support policies that are worse for crime rates, and
Such as?
I think that, I guess, like, judges specifically that tend to be more, like, liberal, they are more willing to let out violent offenders, and, like, they're more pro, like, rehabilitation and letting people out into the world again. And
well, let me tell you something. Donald Trump has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. You cannot give me any example of Kamala Harris supporting someone being released who's violent. You can't give me an example of that. But I can give you an example of Donald Trump doing just that. So, like, how do you defend that? How do you still support him after hearing that? You can't give me a single example specifically of Kamala Harris, but I can give you an explicit example of Donald Trump doing that. How do you defend that?
I mean, he didn't say, like, the person that beat the police officer specifically was, like, he didn't say that was, like, a good action. He was just calling the people that went to the Capitol patriots.
So why did he pardon them and again call all of those people patriots? When even there are plenty of circumstances where there are violent offenders that beat police officers. And again, he pardoned them on individual circumstances. Like they literally got pardoned.
The ones that beat the police officers?
Yes.
Dude, it's like I don't know where anyone is.
Dude.
Ever. I don't know where.
Fucking clavicular. Very interesting. Go ahead, you guys.
Do you have anything, like, as a defense?
No.
Okay, so then, like, join the right side of history. Be reasonable. You know, like, fight for your country. Like, do what's best for your country. And doing what's best for your country means critical, thinking. It means, like, accepting when you're wrong. It means understanding that you're gonna be accepted in the fact that we've all been wrong at points in time, and you can acknowledge that right now. You have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally not, like, able to, like, sit here and debate and, like, keep up with you guys. But I don't necessarily think I'm wrong. Like, I used to be super liberal, actually, and I guess it was more of a loss of faith in those people than it is that, like, I love Trump. Like, that's not.
So are you talking about Christianity? Christianity, Trump does not uphold Christianity.
No. I'm talking about, like, I, like, had no faith in, like Democrat politicians. Like,
okay, well, then what gives you faith in Republican politicians like Donald Trump? Like, we're talking about Democrats being better than Republicans. We're not saying Democrats are perfect or Democrats are going to bring about the solution to every problem we have.
Well, I don't have, like, faith in Trump. Again, I'm not like woohoo. Like, I just.
But you're deciding who you have more faith in. Do you have more faith in Kamala Harris or do you have more faith in Donald Trump? And I think it was very, very clear that Kamala Harris was not only the better candidate, but not only the most trustworthy candidate, but not only the best in terms of character, in terms of policy, right? In terms of what she's already done. So it's like, I mean, we can point to countless things where Kamala Harris literally outclasses Trump in every respect. Could you give me one respect in which Kamala Harris is worse than Donald Trump within? Like, I don't even think there's one quality.
I think that they do not crack down on crime like Trump did. Like, for example, when he deployed the National Guard in D.C., they went their first 10 days without a murder in, like, I think it was a decade. I don't remember the exact.
Okay, so you can't deploy the National Guard everywhere to reduce crime. You'd have to infinitely do that for the rest of time. There's also limitations in terms of being able to arrest people without respect. I also don't think that he was doing that to address crime because he literally sent it to Democratic areas in which there was a constitutional problem with sending them there. If there's a Democratic governor and they don't give you the consent to go into these areas, well, then it's going to have a constitutional issue. So if he wanted to address crime, he should have been sending them to the red states to then use that as a particular statistical basis to say this is why it should be adopted by other places around the United States, rather than trying to force it into areas in which he knew there was going to be a constitutional problem with it.
Yeah, but it reduced crime.
Okay, so again, if this is something that you want to implement, this only will reduce crime while it's in place. So effectively, either you're going to have a complete police state for the rest of all eternity, or at some point you're going to get rid of it, which is going to inevitably lead to the increase in crime again under your perspective, because again, there's a lack of enforcement. If you're saying the enforcement is the basis for reducing there being crime, if you get rid of the enforcement, you inevitably reduce the crime. So how long is this going to last? Is really my point.
Yeah, no,
you didn't actually affect crime how it begins.
That specific model wouldn't be able, you're right, it wouldn't be able, like, it's not realistic to implement that everywhere forever. But kind of the opposite of that would be like defunding the police.
But we're not advocating for that. We're just saying that, like, probably there are some circumstances that police aren't effectively best doing their job dealing with those circumstances, and that there are like mental health professionals or other sort of professionals or specialists that might be better suited at dealing with some sort of calls, where it might make sense specifically to, like, you know, essentially like set a certain role for the police that has nothing to do specifically with necessarily being able to help people with mental health services in certain circumstances where, again, police are unnecessary. Like, that would be, again, a mental health specialist. So
do you think if someone's
that's
having
kind of like really what we're viewing as like something to bring out and to address in this particular respect? And, you know, plenty of different accountability mechanisms for police officers and for how we enforce the law in the very first place.
Yeah, I don't think that we should be sending mental health professionals to somebody in a crisis like that, because they can be violent and, like, oftentimes are.
So situations in which we have a historical basis for it not being likely to lead to violence, you're saying that we should send a cop to with a gun that doesn't have a training and the mental health specialties?
Yo,
I mean, if you want to send both, you could.
What if we just
but
both?
that's not like a point. Yeah, that's not like an argument to say you should only send police officers in that context, right? Again, they're not best suited at dealing with this.
I would say that's like a better idea than sending it. Like if somebody's having a psychotic.
Where did this where did this debate go? Like I went to use the restroom and now we got back and now we're debating about how to respond to psychotic breaks. Yeah, I'm still like not over.
She brought up like defund the police and like people being liberal and things that are holding her back from, you know, accepting our side.
Okay, so you think that it's worse to defund the police, quote unquote, which in all reality means just better reallocate funding to ensure better outcomes than to rape women and sexually exploit kids. Right, I think this conversation is over.
I don't think
you take care, Katie. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Before we do, I actually want to play a clip from somebody's stream. Their name's Clavicular. If you've ever heard of them.
Turn it up.
Peter just tipped $5. Dean Withers said he wants to debate you on his live right now.
Really?
He's seen some of your clips and is disgusted with your racism. Would you debate him?
Yeah, I would. Oh my god, he's disgusted? Well, ask him how tall he is. Chat, everyone go spam Dean Withers. How tall are you?
What?
Okay, so first and foremost, the random donor just made it up. I'd love to have him on to debate him, though. But anyways, you know, in response to you, Clavicular, I'm sure this clip will find its way back to him. I make up for what I lack in height and brain cells, and you make up for what you lack in brain cells with methamphetamines, $100,000 height surgeries, and breaking up with your girlfriend so you could get admiration from random teenagers on Monkey. But if you want to join my stream to have a conversation about your beliefs, feel free, man.
Bro, the beef.
But
what the beef?
We'll get that.
I'm here for it.
We'll get that. But by the way, I'm 5'9". Let's go to get that next Trump supporter up in here right now. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you up here. We'll have a conversation. We'll have some dialogue.
Wait, how is he calling out your height and then literally getting a height increase surgery?
Dude, he's 6'2". He's dropping.
I know, but like that just doesn't make any sense.
He's dropping $100,000 on a height surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6".
I know, but like, how is he ever gonna like make fun of someone's height if he's like literally doing that? It doesn't make any sense.
He's a silly guy. He's a silly motherfucker. Yeah, dude, he literally does METH to lean, to get leaner.
That's actually diabolical.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence indicating that's effective?
What's going on, Mike?
That's some Trump logic.
Do you support Trump, Mike? Nope, Mike's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. I got a couple people to thank here. DK, thank you so much for another $20 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that love, DK. Thank you so much. Okay, we're actually not going to debate him. I'm going to immediately put him on mute when he joins. Just want to show you all something real quick. This right here is the motherfucker that joined the stream and argued that it's not wrong to do that to kids. That right there was the guy. He came back. He was back in the queue. I think it wasn't wrong to rape kids.
That was fucking disgusting.
That was the guy right there. That was a motherfucker. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in the box. Here we go, guys. But seriously, DK, I really do appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat, y'all. Show some love to DK down below in that box for the big 20. Thank you so much. And then there's a couple other people here that I'd like to thank too over on Venmo. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10, who says, from Amanda, nothing makes me more upset than having a woman defend rape and sexual violence. I can't absolutely promise her that she has more friends that are victims themselves than not. Thank you for educating her, or at least trying to. Well, I appreciate you for that love, Amanda. And yeah, I understand why that'd make you upset. And then Sonny, thank you so much for the $25 as well over on Venmo. Thank you, Sonny. I want to get 250 big Sonny W's down below. Sonny with the $25 says violence and violation actually come from the same root word. To violate means to break something, and it doesn't have to be physical. It could be trust, boundaries, or anything that was supposed to feel safe. Not all damage is physical. Not all violence is physical. I completely agree, Sonny. Thank you for the $25 and the absolute truth, Nuke, as well as Michelle. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who said, thank you for helping to bring light into this dark time with reason and facts. I'm an immigrant who transferred here for work, and I know this makes people angry, but I like to think I'm here for a purpose, and I'm helping to make other people's lives better. Yeah, Michelle, I'm really sorry about like the large amounts of social stigma surrounding you in your life, even though you're actively working to make this country better. It's unbelievable. Kelly, thank you for the $5. Ellie with a 20. Really appreciate you so much for the love. Ellie with a $20 says, I'll never understand anybody, but especially women standing up for Trump is truly sad. It's hard to listen to, but Ellie, I appreciate you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 LEWs. Tyler, thank you for the 5. Benjamin with the 5. Quincy, thank you for the 10, who says, thank you for everything that you do, man. Thank you, Quincy. Thank you so much. Ben, thank you so much for the $5. Tino with the $5. Nicholas with a 3. And Noah, my man, thank you so much for the $67 over on Venmo. Holy shit, dude. Brother, thank you so much. Noah with a $67 says, here's your DNC payment. Noah, you're an absolute beast, brother. Thank you so much for the $67. I want to see some massive W Noahs down below in that box. And then Bailey with a 5, Brandy with a 3, Brent with a 10, Lynn with a 10, and Oscar with the $11.11. We're all caught up over there. Over on PayPal, Miss Kathy, once again, just dropped another $50. Thank you so much, Kathy. I want to see 500 Kathy W's, who says, thank you for being a true supporter of children and women. Listen, it is just supporting what is common sense. It is supporting what's right. And in the way that conversation plays out too frequently on live is just saying that sexual violence is bad. It's insane. Thank you for the $50, Kathy. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. Leland, thank you so much for the $23. I really do appreciate you so much for the love, Leland. Please show some love to Leland down below. Then Hannah with the $25, who says, I just realized that I've been listening to you for over a year. Hannah, I see your name. I recognize it. I think that you've definitely donated before or something. Makes sense if you've been watching for a year. So that's awesome. That is so fucking cool. Thank you for the $25, Hannah. And then Brent, thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. Who says, here's $25 for your sound engineer fund. Your callers are 5 times louder than you are. Love the show and keep it up. Okay. I'll get that one figured out. I swear to God, Brent, I will. But thank you so much for the $25.
Dean, I actually got you. I know what to do.
Okay, what do I got to do?
It's that old mix amp that you have. I know how to fix it. I can tell you how to do it in the dual channel. And then also you can get the SM7 DB. And then you have to turn up the audio and put on 48 volts.
Okay.
And then you can change the level of volume. I can show you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to FaceTime you after this and learn how, because I definitely need to figure that one out. Just a couple more here. Eric, that is ERIK. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal, my man. Eric with the $20 just says, fuck Steve. Dude, I forgot about Steve's existence. Holy shit. Fuck that guy. Can we get some fuck Steves down below? Then just a couple more here. Couple came in while I was thanking a handful of people. Couple came in. Real quick, Brielle, thank you for the $10. Who says, I appreciate you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Brielle. Show some love to Brielle down below. Kaylee, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for clocking the dumb people. I'll never stop. Appreciate you for that love, Kaylee. And Ilya, that is ILEA. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Who says, I wish people would stop saying that she, quote unquote, raped and start saying things like, quote unquote, when he raped her. She was raped to when he raped her. Time to change the narrative. Okay, I get your point, Ilya. Thank you for the $15 and thank you for the good words as well. Then Danielle, thank you for the $20 over on Vimeo, who says love you, and I've been love watching you tear these morons to shreds. Yeah, man, we're definitely tearing some idiots to shreds today. We've had a very interesting group of Trumpies join. And I don't think anybody has come out on top, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Yo, Parker, do you want to very quickly talk to some absolute insane individual?
You can choose it. I don't know who this is. But can I thank three people real quick? Sonia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Barbara with the 25, and then Kathy with the $50 as well. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much.
He's been waiting in the queue for an hour now, like a good little boy. So I finally bring him up.
Has it not been an hour, bro? It's been 15 minutes.
So, anyways, this guy is King Duffy. He's just nuts.
What's up, Parker? We've talked.
He hosts lives.
Have I?
Calling me a cult leader and asking individuals like his whole personality is me.
He knows that's what gets him views.
Yeah,
gets him attention.
Yeah, he's probably just doing it for the attention of the views. But this guy's
it definitely is. 100%.
This guy's whole personality is Dean Withers.
Dude, the irony is you do the same thing with Trump.
I don't do the same thing with Trump.
Yes, you do.
Wait, we talk about politics. Wait,
if it wasn't for Trump,
hold on. Let's make it. Wait, no, we talk about
Trump
politics.
Made Dean Withers.
Wait, hold on. That's just not true. We talk about politics.
It is true. What else do you talk about?
Politics.
Okay, let's say
politics. So say there's no more Trump. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the
same thing with Kirk, bro. You just talk. Shush.
Oh, do you want a cookie? You want to cry?
When Trump's
you want to put some tears into a cup?
What are y'all going to talk about?
We're going to talk about the next Republican nominee.
Dude,
or at least I will.
Gonna watch. People watch.
What do you mean nobody? Wait, what do you mean nobody's gonna watch?
People barely watch you anyways, Parker. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. What do you mean barely watch me anyways,
you
bro?
You get fucking 4,000 people.
How many do you get? How many do you get? I definitely get more than 4,000. Hey. You get 200. What are you talking about, dude?
Bro,
wait, dude, you did not. You get 200 off of Dean's name. What are you talking about?
And he gets fucking 16,000 off of Trump.
So how
many views does Trump get?
So you just said that the only reason why anybody knows who I am is Trump, and I only talk about Trump. Did you know that my 3 largest videos, right, from the last year,
I saw someone comment that the government shut down. Did you mention Trump in that video?
No.
Not one bit.
No, actually.
In your 3 biggest videos, you didn't mention Trump at all.
Yeah, actually, not to mention, in one of my biggest debates on Jubilee, we actually talked about conservative versus liberal topics. We didn't even talk about Trump until the very end, and that point was put on Jubilee.
Dean, why is he talking to me?
Oh, you came on my live apparently before anyway.
Who are you, Parker?
What do you mean? Who are you? You said you've talked to me before. I said I didn't know who you are.
You're gonna be just like Harry. You're gonna fall off. Nobody knows you, Parker. Nobody. You have no clippers. Nothing.
You're right, dude.
I have more clippers than you, bro.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Come on, bro. You're nobody.
You're so right. Wait, can you give me a reason why you support Trump? How about an economic policy?
No. We're gonna talk about why we shouldn't support Dean Withers. First of all,
wait. No, that's like the. Wait. Do you think that Donald Trump is
vaping, bro? That's not. Can I say that? Am I not allowed to say that?
He just won't shut up.
Parker, I'm not talking to you, bro. Stop it, Sabao.
We're not talking to you.
Listen, I want to hear why people shouldn't support me.
Can you guys stop fucking turning off my camera? Bro, you motherfuckers.
How about you cry about it? So
shitty bowl cut man. Why shouldn't people support me?
Because you're a tyrant. Hey, because you're racist.
Oh, because
you're racist.
I'm a racist tyrant.
Yes, you are racist. Bro, what the fuck is going on with my
People
phone?
shouldn't support because I'm a
Making
racist
it like
tyrant.
tweak out. Can
Yo,
you stop?
Catherine! Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy shit, Catherine!
Parker, is
Shut
this
up!
fucking Parker
Shut up,
Bro?
bitch! Catherine with $100
Wow.
says for your patience with these people. I thank you so much for your kindness, Catherine. By the way, I didn't mean what I just said. TikTok, don't ban me, please. It was a joke. Okay, it was a joke. TikTok, I didn't mean it. This isn't harassment nor bullying. But Catherine, thank you so much for the $100. Catherine with the $100 on PayPal says for your patience with these ... people. I really appreciate you, Catherine. That is so incredibly kind of you. And Barbara, thank you for the $25
Yo,
as
thanks
well
for
on
the
PayPal.
comments saying I'm Ogdean.
Shut up.
Thanks.
Barbara, thank you for the $25 and Catherine with
Thank
$100.
you.
If you guys could please show some love to Barbara and Catherine down below in that chat right now, it would mean the absolute world to me.
shit.
And then Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Kelsey with a 7 and Gray with a 5. Can you say thank you to the donors real quick?
If you would stop turning off my shit, I'll say thank you.
That's just Parker fucking with you. But yeah, no, please do turn the camera off. It's kind of like hard to look at that.
You're mad bro. Stop.
Saying that you mog me is like arguing that the earth is flat, buddy. Like, just nobody takes it seriously. Like, it doesn't even warrant a
TikTok.
response.
This is bullying.
But I can get away with this one. Hey, you know what? From now on, instead of
Stop
saying what
turning
I
my
want
shit
to,
off.
I'm just gonna do this. This is so much more fun
This
than
is
just
the
saying
left,
what I
guys.
want
Chat,
to.
this is the left for you. Silencing. They silence me. This is what they do.
Yeah, we do it in our own lives. We don't
This
pass
is why-
legislation.
why Trump didn't like you
you're
guys.
right. You're
And the
right.
news is fake, everything's
listen
fake
here.
about them.
Listen here. The left absolutely silences you. They gag you every single fucking time. You go on live.
You know a lot about gagging.
he's right.
You go live.
Don't you?
No, Trump does though. So you go on live.
Oh.
Okay, you start talking about why you shouldn't support Dean Withers. Next thing you know, you get absolutely silenced by every single guest you have that joins your live. It's just terrible.
Dude,
Silenced by anyone. They
Yeah,
couldn't give me a
that's
valid
so
point.
real.
Yeah.
They said, Dean smart, Dean good. That's literally how they sounded, bro.
Okay, yeah, and that is a more complex thought than something that you will ever develop in the totality of your
Dude,
life. If you
they're
still
not
support
any
Trump
brighter than us.
after it came out, right? That he sexually exploited girls, raped E. Jean Carroll, and knew what Epstein was doing, but didn't say
I'm not
anything,
talking
right?
about Trump. We're talking about how
Wait,
we
do you
shouldn't
support Trump though?
you.
Wait, no, real question.
We
Do you
shouldn't support
Wait,
you.
hold up,
I'm
hold
not
up.
talking to you, Parker.
Hold up. Do you?
I'm
No,
not
no.
talking
Yes,
to you.
yes, you are. Do you support
I'm
Trump?
asking
Yeah, you
you a
just
question.
talked to me. You just said something to me. You
just talked
just said
to
my
me.
name.
You
What are you
just
talking
said
about?
my name.
What do you mean you're not
You said my
talking to
name.
me? How about you
just
respond to me
sit down, bro.
intellectually? You're
Sit
so.
down.
Wait,
Sit
I
down,
know you
bro.
want to run away, buddy. You're so scared. You're
I'm
so
not
scared.
trying
Run
to
away,
talk
bud.
to you.
Run away, buddy. You're so
I was
scared.
talking to Dean.
He's so
This is
scared.
a one-on-one combo.
How does it feel How does it feel to be scared of Parker get a job? How does that feel?
Dude, whose live are you in right now?
You're in my live actually. This is Parker
This
Get a
is
Job's
yours?
live. Yeah,
Isn't this the Dean Withers show?
No, it's not the
Not
Dean
the
Withers
Parker
show, dude.
show?
It's actually
Not the Parker
it's actually hold up. It's not the Dean Withers show. It's actually
Actually, it's this. Factually, you're wrong. Come on, man. You sound like a dork.
actually
bro.
it's the show where you're getting dog walked. That's what's happening. That's what it is.
You're not doing nothing. You're nobody.
What do you mean?
You're nobody.
What
Nobody
is it? Wait.
streams with you, dude. The only other person that streams with you is Dean. That's it.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's super
likes you,
sad.
bro.
Nobody else streams with me. You're so right. I don't have
Dude,
any other
nobody
friends.
talks about you either. I've never seen a single clip talking about Parker.
Really? Wow,
Besides
dude, thank
post
you.
about you.
Wait, who
Or if it's like fucking Charlie Kirk dog whopping your ass, just that was the best.
Can you name
clip
one
I've
point
ever
he
seen
beat me
about
on?
you.
Why is this like 5'3" mophead trying to ego Parker right now?
Wait, hold up. No,
Dude,
I
you're
want to
like
hear this. I want to hear this.
5'4",
Can you-
Down.
Wait.
You're short
Can
as
you name
shit.
one point that
You
Charlie?
are short as
Hold
shit,
up,
bro. Don't
hold
bring
up.
in my height.
Hold up. Can you name one point Charlie Kirk beat me on?
Didn't Clavicular just call you short?
Can you
bro?
wait? Answer the question. Can you name one person?
Parker,
that-
nobody is talking. Why do you
Answer
keep
the
talking,
question, bro.
I'm
You're
talking-
scared. You just talked to me. You just said this.
Dude,
Name one point Charlie Kirk beat me on.
I can't.
He's scared. He's so scared.
Listen, King Duffy, just real quick. if you don't engage in dialogue with Parker, I'm just gonna kick you. It's like kind of annoying, right? Like Parker is here, is my co-host, or he has for a while. In fact, I was co-hosting on Parker's life earlier today. It's just like pretty annoying. Either engage with Parker or like I'm gonna kick you.
You made some stupid points that what gender is God, bro. That's that was like the dumbest
So
point.
what
I've
did he
ever
beat
heard.
me on? No, I showed actually. He gave me a
I
response. I asked him what is a woman or what is a
said he
man,
dog-walked
and he
your ass
said
'cause you made stupid little
Wait, hold
points,
up,
bro. That's
hold
what
up.
you do.
I
You
asked him
bring up
what is a
stupid
man, and he
points,
said you're
and
looking
then
at
you
one.
talk really fast and you talk over people, and it's like impossible to listen. It just makes you look stupid, and it made you look stupid in that debate. That's why I thought.
So
that's
I've
why I
yet to
thought
hear a
Charlie
single
won.
point I was wrong on.
Oh God. This is so annoying.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, Albert, I appreciate you for
Dean, why did I have to engage in this convo with him?
Albert, because you argued that like Charlie Kirk like destroyed him, right? And he's demonstrating that you have no good reason to believe that.
I didn't say that. Let's replay the stream. Let's replay the stream. Chat.
One moment.
Should we replay the stream?
One moment, King Duffy. You argued that Charlie Kirk had beat him in a debate. In a response, Parker's just simply pointing out the fact that you don't have any evidence to justify said claim. Real quick, Albert.
I said dog walked your ass,
Hey, one moment. Albert with the $5 says, this guy sounds like a Dollar Tree Kermit. Brian, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal.
Thanks for saying that in the chat.
Who says, Brian with the $20 over on PayPal. I think that you need to learn some self-control, then maybe you'll nog. Brian with the $20 on PayPal says, thank you for always arming me with the knowledge to intelligently overcome my family. I appreciate you so much for that love, Brian. Just some love to Brian down below. Bronny with his $17.20 for the number of people watching your live right now. You restore my faith in young people every day. Thank you so much for the love, Bonnie. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. Show some love to Brian and Bonnie down below. Then Joshua with the $5. Thank you so much, Joshua. Jessica with the $5 who says, please tell King DUMBASS to find a girlfriend that isn't his own hand and a real hobby too. Danielle with the $5 saying that this guy's haircut is chopped. Oh my God. Danielle with another $15 saying, please tell him to turn that fuck-ass camera off. Appreciate you so much for the $15, Daniel. Natalie, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, Natalie. Lauren with the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for that love, Lauren. And then Emily, thank you for the $5 saying this guy is so obsessed with you that he even tries to cut his hair like you. Anyway,
dude,
love you too.
Shit, dude.
And then Kayla, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kayla, who says King Duffy is a joke. He wishes he could have half the mentality as you and Parker. He only had
he's just jealous.
Yeah.
You're so jealous. Is that
Jealous
what it
of
is?
who?
Is it me? You're so jealous of me.
Dude, I don't ever talk about you.
Wait,
you're talk about
wait,
you.
wait, hold up. You're so jealous, bro. You're so jealous.
Right, you're forgetting.
Dude,
You're forgetting that he's so obsessed with me that he doesn't even talk about you, Parker.
Actually, you know, I didn't even.
That's a better point than what this dumbass said.
He's so.
Like, come on,
really?
bro. Parker always. I just can't.
Wait, you're so obsessed with me that you just had to like sit up here on the live and like you had to try to get at me.
Wait, hold up. Aren't you from Iowa? Where from in Iowa?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm from Iowa too. I'll tell you where I'm from.
How about you tell me first? You know damn well you're not from Iowa. I know that's bullshit.
We have the most bars in our town.
No, tell me where in Iowa.
It's connected to 2 other states.
Can you name 3 cities in Iowa?
Dubuque. We have Iowa. Shit.
Guess we'll never know because I kicked him. Moving on to the next Trump supporter right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We'll get you loaded up in here. Max Lee, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, I love the Dean/Parker team. The greatest duo ever. Yeah, man, I also like having Parker up on my live. It's nice. It's nice. I appreciate you for the $20, Max Lee. Guys, show some love to Mr. Max down below in that chat. Seriously. Thank you so much, Max. What's going on, man? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, your mic is terrible and you sound about 14. So unfortunately, I will be kicking you, but you do take care, sir. Hey, Devin, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Who says funding your defamation case against King Duffy? No, he's gonna have to cause real material damages yet, which he can't because he's irrelevant. Thank you for the $15, Devin.
Sorry, I've seen them in my box a million times. I debated them yesterday.
Who?
And I've seen this person too.
Oh, this is John guy?
Dean, it's so funny that like I literally have seen all these profile pictures and I'm like, yep, I've seen them.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just like the same people on repeat at this point. Right? That's like why it's like really important to hold that rule. Like, you only get to come up here once to prevent that. Like, honestly, if we didn't have that rule, it'd probably be the same people over and over and over again. Yo, Teresa! Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo.
Teresa, thank you. Thank you so much, Teresa. Can we some W's for Teresa for the $50 as well? Thank you so much,
Dude,
Teresa.
Literally said, here's $50 just for kicking Duffy. I appreciate you for that, Teresa. You're fucking awesome.
Teresa said just to piss off Duffy.
You're awesome.
Yeah, Duffy's so mad right now.
Probably. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, guys. Only up in the queue if you're here to debate, please. Ooh, by the way, we only have around another 30 minutes left on the stream, 28 to be specific. So if you want to support me, you want to support Parker before the stream is over, you can find my Venmo and PayPal right there. You can also find it in the link tree in my bio, and you can find it in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh, Duffy only hates me because he wants to be Dean's best friend. That's what it is.
He hates you because he wants to be you.
That's why he's jealous of me. That's why Duffy's jealous
Good
of me. He wants to be
point.
Dean's best friend.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Real good point. All right. Now we're gonna go to get that
That's
next
so
guest up in
funny.
here. Dude, I don't know what it is. We just can't find anybody to debate. Holy cow. Holy cow. Yeah, somebody asked, like, why bring him up even though I know that it'll give him more clout? Because it's going to go away in, like, 3 days. like,
That's so real.
Like, the only clout
People
that's going to
will
give
get
him... Yeah, the only clout it's going to give him is, like, people just, like, annoying the shit out of him. Like, spamming his chat, saying that I mog him, right? And then it's just going to go away in, like, 3 days, right? So I don't think it'll be too impactful. What's up, Will? Do you support Trump?
It's everly changing. It's always changing. I've been watching you guys for a few days now.
Okay.
I do got to say, my mom loves both of you. I got to tell you that.
Super.
She's been begging me to get on this live.
Okay. Well, if your mom's been begging, there must be a good reason. So what?
I'm no debater like you guys. You guys are. I'm much older, I believe, but you guys are very intelligent. I'll give you that. You guys have quick information. My question for you: I heard you say earlier about mass deportation affecting the. What were we talking about earlier? Sorry, I'm losing my track here.
Well, we're just trying to figure out why you support Trump as president. If you have a reason, feel free to give it.
Honestly, it was initially it was the borders.
Well, I guess I'm asking you about like right now.
Border, to be honest with you. I worked in the federal prison, and I seen a lot of guys in there that were illegal. And I know a lot of times you talk. I think it was the stat you said was they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay, so my only thing, again, I like to keep this thing respectful. I don't bash you guys, and I believe that everybody's a student, right? Your whole life, you should be a student. Always willing to learn, listen to others. My thing is if it's 2.5 times less likely, that's good, but it's still happening, right?
Yeah. So basically, you're saying if they weren't here in the first place, then no crime would occur. Well, the thing is,
yes, and I'm not like some evil person that's like, oh, get out, get out. I do agree, like you said, there should be.
Well, here's the thing. Can I tell you the thing? The thing is, if we do mass deportation, in all reality, we would just be ensuring that more crime occurs because of the economic destabilizing effects that mass deportation would cause, which would inevitably increase poverty, thereby increase crime. If you want like a more complex argument invoking like facts and like specific statistics, feel free to ask. But the conclusion is that mass deportation will actually cause more crime.
I know actually the word I was looking for was manufacturing earlier. I lost my words there. You said that it would affect manufacturing. So is that saying that many illegals currently hold jobs in the United States in manufacturing?
So 8.4 million undocumented immigrants work in this country, and they have a propensity to work inside a manufacturing field such as construction. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant.
So, do you find an issue with that? Are they being paid cash? Are they not paying taxes like the rest of us?
Undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion per year in taxes.
Again, I'm not trying to sound like, an idiot. This is why I'm here, is to be educated, right?
Nice, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing me on. I just, all I got to say is for somebody that's not as intelligent as you guys in politics, I believe, that maybe educate the people like you probably do more than I see, but on why they should vote another side for the next election as opposed to how much we hate Donald Trump right now. I think there's a lot of young people that are uneducated, and you guys are definitely the youth in the future, and you could help people vote the right way, maybe based on the good things that people will do as opposed to the bad things somebody already did or is currently doing now.
Well, the reality is
back in, he's gone. Go ahead. Sorry, I mean to cut you off.
No, I was cutting you off, if anything. The reality is that we are trying to inform people about maybe like a regretful vote that they could have engaged in so that it can inform them about how they should view it the next time around this particular ideology comes to bat in terms of politics, in terms of the election cycle, because the inevitable reality is that Donald Trump's the president and MAGA ideology is going to be prevalent within the Republican Party next primary setting. It's likely to be someone like Vance, Rubio as the next candidate, and that's going to carry over with the same sort of MAGA ideology. So that's why we're engaging with Donald Trump, because he's going to be the basis for what's the next version of the Republican Party is going to continue to look like.
I absolutely agree with that. And like I said, hearing these types of things, on the internet, it's helpful, especially, I'm 36 years old, and I don't think I've ever been so involved in listening to politics as long as I do. I'm over here getting my kids ready for bed, and I'm still listening to this live for hours. You know, like I said, I consider myself a student every day, whether I'm at work or just learning about things like this. And my biggest thing too is, you know, I don't necessarily call myself either a Republican or a Democrat. I try to see what I think is going to be right or believe is going to be right, better or worse. And my question for you guys, I mean, are you just, you know, let's say the next election there is somebody better and they happen to be Republican. In your eyes, you think they are better than a Democratic Party. Would you vote the other way?
Yes. If the better candidate is a Republican, then I would vote for him. But the likelihood of the better candidate being a Republican is incredibly low.
I understand, and like I said, that's my biggest thing anymore. I feel like there's so much hate in this world anymore, and it all surrounds politics. I feel like, and you know, I meet so many people on a daily basis, and it's not like I ask who do you vote for before I hold the door for you at Wawa. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I wish we can get back to the better times.
Yeah.
Of everybody just being more polite and respectful. And
Well,
like I said, vote for who you
I
want.
think the first thing that we have to do in order to get to that point is to be able to like agree on fact versus fiction and agree on human rights. And if we could do that, then I think we could be more polite towards one another. You know what I mean? Like if all that we were debating was like minuscule like factions of tax policy compared to is rape wrong, I think this country will be much better off. And the first step to get there is a rejection of the tyranny of the Trump administration.
I'm with you, like you said earlier, with that. I think it was the girl you were debating about the rape or this or that. Like, I don't stand behind that at all. And, you know, I don't stand behind him with those kind of accusations, fact, fiction, or if he's guilty. You know what I mean? I don't stand behind that one or the other. Like you said, Clinton can go to jail, Biden can go to jail. They can all go to jail. You know what I mean? I don't stand behind that. I don't care what party you're on. I'm not going to stand behind Republican because I believe to be Republican, or Democrat because I'm Democrat. You know what I mean? I'm going to go for what's right or what's wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
That's it. I appreciate you guys' time and everything you guys are doing. You know, keep doing what you're doing.
All right, you take care, Mac. You take care. This next guest will likely be the last of the night here, folks. So let's go and get that last Trump supporter up right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Please. A couple people to thank here as well over on Venmo and PayPal. On Venmo, Caitlin, thank you for the $15, my friend. That is that is Kaitlin. Caitlin with a 15 says, "Hey, Dean, I do not miss a day listening to your debates. You bring me so much joy and peace amongst my chaotic life with 4 kids and caring for my mom." Oh, well, thank you for being here, Caitlin. And shout out to you. 4 kids is a lot. You're killing it. Same thing with Melanie. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, "Thank you for standing up for SA survivors. As a vet, I served with predatory men and saw how often their behavior was excused. It means a lot to see a man speak up with courage. Keep up the good fight." Thank you, Melanie. I thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the $20. Show some love to Caitlin and Melanie down below, as well as Jay, that is Jae. Thank you for the $10, who says, "You're incredible. Seriously, keep it up." Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate that. And
I'm so sorry.
Matt, thank you for the $5 as well over on Venmo. I did see Courier. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Courier's repost of like that crazy person saying that they're okay with child rape. I'm really happy that they repost it, and I'm really happy that that post is just going like super fucking viral. Okay, like I want every single person to see that clip. And then Corson, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Fash, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Fash. Alexis with a 5, thank you so much. Bonnie with a 16, thank you so much, Bonnie. Show some love to Bonnie down below in that chat for the $16. And Brian, thank you so much for the $20. He says, "Thank you for always arming me with knowledge to intelligently overcome my family." Thank you so much, you guys. What's going on, Mackenzie? Do you support Trump?
I honestly am going to make this really, really quick. No, I do not. I did not expect to get brought up. I'm expecting to get dropped down immediately. I do want to let you know, you as a person have restored a little bit of my faith in the male generation as a woman in America. And I did not expect to get brought up. I have been on many political lives. I am a hardcore Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I am definitely leftist. I'm not a liberal though, but I'm sorry. I just did not expect to get brought up. I have followed you for probably 3 years now. You were on a live with a girl named Lovey about 2 years ago in 23, and she was someone that I went live with very, very often. This was before you got all your fame. And I just want to let you know that as a teenage girl, as an 18-year-old, freshly 18-year-old woman that had to wake up that morning in November crying because of who got elected, you and Parker have restored so much faith in the male generation to me. And I just want to express that love and let you know that you guys are truly appreciated.
Well,
seeing someone come from a past that they're not the proudest of and taking accountability for their actions, the things they may have said and may have done, really does bring my heart so much warmth. And I want to let you know that whoever you marry, your girlfriend is the luckiest woman alive. Your children will be so incredibly lucky.
Well, Mackenzie,
And I'm
thank you.
shaking right now. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Mackenzie, well, thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate you for coming up here. And that's cool that, you know, you're also familiar with who Lovey is and you've been involved in the community here on TikTok with the political debates for a while. You have a good rest of your day, Mackenzie. We all
so much,
love you here. And take care.
That's so nice.
Take care. Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you, Mackenzie. All right, another Trump supporter up here, but that's a good That's a good note to end the stream on. What's up, Chrissy? Do you support Trump?
I do. I support his immigration policy. Last time I was up here, it was in front of a lot of people. Huh?
I'm gonna puke everywhere, Chrissy.
Well, if you have an eating disorder, you should see a mental health professional.
Well, I don't. Jeez, I do have an eating disorder, but that's not why I'm gonna puke everywhere.
But just hey,
I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna puke everywhere because you're a Trump supporter.
You slandered me last time I was up here. I got disconnected, and you told everybody I ran and I was in the box.
If you left the live and you didn't leave the live, then it likely means you got banned.
I don't know why, because I use pretty good language. I'm a Christian. I try to be a Christian person, set a decent example. This is why I have a basis of my morality. I don't know why you guys have a basis for...
You set a good example by voting for Donald Trump, huh? I bet Jesus would be so happy.
Actually, he would, because it's the reasons why I support him. There's a lot of good Christian people that support Donald Trump.
Can you name one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris, excluding abortion?
Yes. Actually, so one of the biggest things with me and Trump is deportation because of illegals and how that relates to child sex trafficking.
That's the least defensible position for you to argue for as a Christian.
I have a question. Can you read Leviticus?
It is not.
Can you read? Can you
Christians
read? Hey.
Okay.
Can you read Leviticus 19:11 in the Christian Bible?
I don't know why you have me reading Bible verses when I'm trying to talk about you.
Because we asked you for a Christian virtue that Trump fulfills.
And I tried to answer it.
Leviticus 19:33. Read it, buddy.
You're deflecting.
No, I'm not deflecting at all, Chrissy.
You're deflecting.
Listen.
You're deflecting. Parker asked me a question. I'd like to answer it.
Okay. Chrissy?
He asked me what principle do I choose Trump over Kamala over?
Chrissy, I'm going to need you to
As a Christian.
I'm going to need you.
Now you're trying to divert to like theological debate.
Chrissy?
Which I can do, and I will beat you in.
Wait, actually, that's the question I asked. If anything, I did that. That was the question I asked you.
Can I?
I know, and he didn't let me answer it.
Chrissy, take a deep breath.
What was my answer? What was my answer?
Hey,
Chrissy.
Take a deep breath. It's going to be okay.
Well, last time you kicked me off, and then you lied.
You lied.
Take one right now. Let's hear it. Let's hear that deep breath.
Well, it's going to be just a breath.
Do it. Good boy.
I didn't inhale, but I didn't inhale.
Bad boy.
Who said that before your time, right? Bill Clinton.
Well,
Bill Clinton.
What?
I got you, Dean.
I don't even understand the reference. Okay. Anyways, Chrissy, now that I've gotten your attention, we need to think this one through. I think that you're speaking without thinking first, and this is making you embarrass yourself.
Then let me do it.
Me, Chrissy, can I speak?
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you. You accuse me of pivoting, deflecting, and changing the topic of conversation when I asked you to read a Bible verse. Now, this is, and still is, very incredibly relevant to the conversation that we're having, considering the fact that Parker asked you to name something Trump is doing that is portrayant of Christian values. Crystal, thank you for the blooming heart. And in response, you brought up Donald Trump's immigration and deportation policy. Now, the reason why I asked you to read Leviticus 19:33 from the Christian Bible is not to pivot, deflect, or to change the topic of conversation, but rather because this verse directly contradicts the notion that Trump's deportation is pro-Christian. So I'm going to need you to take a deep breath in and a deep breath out and then read Leviticus 19:33 from your Bible. Chances are you don't own a Bible because you're a bad Christian. If you want me to read it instead, just ask.
I do have a Bible. Do you want me to show it to you?
Wow.
Yeah,
Here,
can you read off the Bible? In the meantime, while he finds that, can I think of you be real quick, Dean?
Well, I'm going to read Leviticus. I'm going to read the verse you want. Then I'm going to follow it with many other verses that support my ideal, because the Bible has to be read.
Okay. You can give us your lecture for sure, man. We'll pray. We'll pray too after. We'll make sure to pray. Engage in prayer.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely wonderful. Eris, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Catherine with the $100. Thank you so much, Catherine. Go to W's for Eris and Catherine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the 100, Catherine. I really appreciate it. And Renee, thank you for the 3, and Melissa with the 5. Thank you.
I actually have
That's
just a couple people to thank here myself. Look for that verse in the Bible. Sierra,
Leviticus what? 22?
No.
Sorry, one more time.
I'll say it one more time. Leviticus 19:33. Now let me thank a couple people. Allison, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, my friend. Allison with the $20 says, as a young adult, I'm very grateful for you helping educate myself and others. Oh, Allison, I'm happy. I'm happy that you take something positive away from the streams. You're absolutely awesome. Chat, show some love to Miss Allison down below. That is ALYSON. Thank you so much, Allison. And Kaylee, thank you for the $100. Holy shit, my friend. That is KAILEE. Fucking hell. Kaylee with 100 big ones says, thank you for educating people. Kaylee, thank you for the $100. That is insane. Thank you for your support. Let's show some love to Kaylee down below in that chat while this guest embarrassed the fuck out of themselves by reading Leviticus 19:33. Go ahead.
Hey man, I'm never embarrassed to read the Bible. That's exactly what I want to talk about, actually. Leviticus 19:33. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. Okay.
Oh, read 34.
Now, would we like to dissect?
Oh, read 34 too.
Are you going to have me read 20 verses, or am I going to get to respond?
2 verses is not 20, bro.
It's either going to be 2 or 3.
I didn't say it was. I said, are you going to have me read 20 verses?
I'm
am I
2 or 3.
I'm going to have you read 2 or 3. So now I want you to read, for good measure, Leviticus 19:33 through 34. If the 35th verse is required, I'll let you know.
Okay, 1933. Now I'm looking up another verse.
It's right after it, silly goose.
Well, because a single verse actually has multiple meanings and a depth of meaning. I don't think you understand that because you're not a very well-developed Christian, correct? So I intended to actually go through each of these verses in depth. You read the Bible very shallowly. I read it correctly.
Oh, really? Can you tell us? Can you tell us? Hey, Christy, can you tell us the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Oh, if you can't.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I'm surprised you knew that.
Can you now please?
Why would you be surprised? You guys talk to children all day.
You're one of them.
You talk to children all day.
You're one of them.
Hey, Chrissy.
I'm not. I'm a grown man.
Man-child.
Hey, Chrissy. You are.
I guess I'm 37.
You're having some serious issues regulating your emotions. I think it is quite ironic.
I'm passionate.
I think it's quite ironic.
I'm passionate.
I think it's quite ironic that the first person of the day that has claimed I talk to children is one of the only guests of the day that has acted like one. Now, will you please once again...
I don't understand well, I think you're saying that because you're actually getting pushback and you're not used to it.
Chrissy.
Baby bottles in the chat for the man-child.
How could I possibly be getting pushback when you won't even read the verses I'm asking of you? Okay, like, we're not even off of square one yet. I've asked you to read Leviticus 19:33 through 34, possibly verse 35 as well, and you just literally haven't done it yet. Instead, you've decided to engage. Instead, you've decided to engage in like snarky one-liners that make no goddamn sense. So once again, I will ask you to read Leviticus 19 verse 33, follow that up with a verse 34, and potentially 35 as well. Start from the top with 33. Go ahead.
33. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself. For you are foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Praise God. I agree with the verse. Would you like to know?
So here, Chrissy.
Yeah, go ahead. Read your verses, man.
Here's why we have an issue at this point, Chrissy. Because you just read a verse from the Bible that said, don't mistreat foreigners. In fact, treat them the same as their native born. The reason why Donald Trump's immigration policy of deportation is so anti-Christian is it is in direct violation of said verses. Donald Trump does not treat the foreigners, the undocumented immigrants, the same as the native born at all, to the extent of literally trying to take their rights away. Okay? He wants to treat them so differently that he's okay with passing illegal EOs to try to take their right to birthright citizenship away if they're born on American soil. He wants to treat them so differently that he's okay with the directive of an attempt to deport Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador with no due process, violating their constitutional rights. He wants to treat them so differently that he will lie on their name. He'll say they've all come from prisons, they've all come from mental institutions, they're here to grape your wife, eat your family, pets, and dogs, and kidnap your children, even though they're significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes. You cannot possibly support, okay, the grave, unhumane, right, and atrocious conditions that Donald Trump places undocumented immigrants in, regardless if it's socially with his rhetoric, legally with trying to take their rights away, or with a secret police of ICE pepper spraying 1-year-olds, or taking naked children and throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans. And you cannot at all argue that this would be pro-Christian as it is anti-Christian, as this is not treating them fairly per Leviticus 1933, and it is not treating them the same as the native born per Leviticus 1934. There's my case. What's your refutation?
My refutation is that your interpretation of the verse and then your following straw man that you followed it with is wholly incorrect, and I will go through why that is.
Sure, just make sure you correctly represent my position.
Your position is that we should not mistreat foreigners. We should treat them the same as we treat American citizens, correct?
Well, that's
correct?
the position.
Is that in summary?
So I'll summarize.
We should treat them well. We should treat them well.
I'll
Every
summarize.
Christian believes that. Every Christian believes we should.
I'll summarize my position for you. The position is that the Bible says to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens. Donald Trump is infringing on this teaching of the Bible per the fact that he treats them so significantly differently by either socially scrutinizing them unfairly or attempting to take their rights away.
Let me tell you why that's incorrect, okay? We have many Bible verses telling us we are all to obey the laws of the land. Any American citizen that violates the laws of the land, he has to face the country's consequence. We have consequences for breaking the meaning entering illegally, and they must face that consequence.
So
God is both merciful and just.
So what we
if you break the law, you face a consequence. That is not mistreatment, because anyone who has come here illegally has already broken the law.
So what we'd say
if I go out and I get a speeding ticket, I go to court for it. I'm an American citizen. That's not the government abusing me. That is correct governorship.
So what we'd say here is that the law would be in conflict with the Bible.
The law is not in conflict with the Bible. And if you want to make that stance, that's fine. You could say many American laws are in conflict with the Bible, but that's different than your argument.
No, that actually
your argument
wasn't.
Was that we were
that
specifically.
Wasn't, that wasn't.
Your argument was that.
That actually wasn't different from the position that I gave you. I'll just explain how it's the same. So the reason why that's the same argument is because you followed my argument up by stating that the Bible tells you to obey the law of the land. So you're equivocating between the mistreatment of undocumented immigrants and the law of the land. Therefore, in response, basically what you're arguing is that the law of the land would call for the mistreatment of undocumented immigrants, and as it calls for the mistreatment of undocumented immigrants is in direct violation of Leviticus 1933 through 34. A good example of this, under your view, because I'd assume you're pro-life, would be like pro-abortion policy in Colorado, right? Your argument says, obey the law of the land, obey the law of the land, right? Mm-hmm. Therefore, you must obey the pro-abortion laws in Colorado. Does this mean that you have to think that the pro-abortion laws in Colorado are pro-Jesus, pro-gospel, pro-Christian?
Well,
right? From your view, you'd argue otherwise. You'd argue that they're anti-Jesus, anti-gospel, anti-Christian. But in the same breath, right? Here, the legal mistreatment of undocumented immigrants, which, by the way, in many scenarios is not legal. The Constitution is the law of the land. Trump's not obeying that in his treatment of undocumented immigrants. So actually, your point is only furthering my position. Why didn't I come to this conclusion earlier? Dean said Donald Trump violating Leviticus 1933 by treating undocumented immigrants fairly by trying to illegally take their constitutional rights away. You say Bible says to obey the law of the land. Dean responds with the best counter argument ever. So this is actually only another reason why Donald Trump is so anti-Bible, because not only is he violating Leviticus 19:33 when he treats undocumented immigrants unfairly, but he's also violating whatever Bible verse says to obey the laws of the land and attempting to illegally take their constitutional rights away, such as birthright citizenship or due process. So in all reality, your counter argument here about obeying the laws of the land wasn't a counter argument at all, as it only furthers my point that Donald Trump is anti-Christian. Thank you.
Right. So it was not an argument because you did not let me make it fully. Dean does 4 paragraphs. Chris is allowed 1 sentence. Dean follows with 6 paragraphs. That's a dishonest debate strategy. When you don't have a child here, when you have a grown man, and now you're drowning me out. These are all manipulative tactics.
Can you give us an argument?
If you would allow me, you didn't let me. You didn't
I'm
let
waiting.
me last time.
You're not providing an argument right now. Go ahead.
Let's let him
I'd be
speak.
happy to.
Let's let him speak as much as he wants.
You have prejudiciously assumed that upholding our immigration laws is equal to mistreatment. That is incorrect. Now, if ICE or another federal agency or a local agency does something outside of the law and mistreats an illegal immigrant in the actual due process, as Christians, we're against that. But you have made several prejudicial assumptions within your response to me. When I try to address them, of course, as you onslaught me with them, you mute me, right? So there's like 20 things I have to respond to that you said that's incorrect. When I try to address your insincere debate tactics, I'm overdrone with sound by Parker, because again, you're used to debating.
Name them instead of complaining.
There
Keep
he is
complaining.
again. There he is again. So,
because all you're doing is complaining, bro. Stop.
What did I say to begin with?
You're just complaining.
I have to complain about being muted and not being able to respond so we can have an honest debate. I'll talk with you all night.
Get it. He's going to let you speak. He's literally letting you speak right now.
Yeah.
The only thing preventing you from doing so is you.
So you have prejudiciously assumed that when America upholds its immigration laws, that is equal to Levitical-based abuse, and it's not. When officers go outside of the law and they do something incorrect or not in accordance with the law, that is abuse, and we are against that, and we believe law enforcement should be prosecuted.
So just to clarify,
clarify,
you're against Trump for operating outside the law and attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. You're against Trump operating outside the law and illegally deporting Venezuelan immigrants to CICA and El Salvador with no due process, leading to a federal judge ruling it was illegal. And you're against Trump operating outside the law with his illegal deportation of Abrigo Garcia, who he sent to CICA and El Salvador to be beaten and tortured.
Did you want to give 10 more points and I only get to respond to 1 again?
You want to cry every time he gives you a point that debunks your entire argument?
I'm so sorry, Chrissy. I understand.
Well, if you let me filibuster, you can try to respond to my 20 points.
Chrissy, I understand that I've spoke at length before, but like with all due respect, I just spoke for less than 20 seconds in response to your 3-minute soliloquy. So fucking deal with it and stop whining.
What was the third point you made?
Yeah, for sure. I'll repeat it.
What was the third point you made?
I'll repeat all 3 just to make sure that we're on the same page. So my first.
Well, it was actually 5.
No, it was 3. You can't count.
Well, then they're run on sentences with multiple points.
No,
go ahead.
Each point was 1 point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't count. I don't know what to tell you. Try to count better.
I
this time.
can count.
Hey.
I don't think you can divide a sentence and how it relates to an ideology.
Buddy, if you think that 3 points is 5, then objectively you can't count. This is like saying that 3 pieces of pizza is 5 pieces of pizza. If you count 5 pieces of pizza when in all reality there's only 3, you literally can't fucking count. So if you count 5 points when in all reality there's 3, you literally can't fucking count. But just to clarify on what those 3 points were, the first point was okay. So if you want to condemn individuals as being anti-Christian for operating outside of the law, then I just want to clarify that you think that Trump is anti-Christian for trying to illegally take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants.
So let's stop right there and address that. Let's stop right there.
I'm going to name all 3. You could address whichever ones you want. I just want to get all 3 out. So that first point, birthright citizenship. The second point, then you also condemn Donald Trump for illegally deporting Venezuelan immigrants to CICA and El Salvador with no due process, which we had a federal judge rule is illegal. And you also would condemn Trump as anti-Christian for illegally deporting Abrigo Garcia against a withholding order leading to SCOTUS ruling it as illegal. Now, you said that you wanted to address that first point first. Go ahead.
Yeah, the first point is a constitutional issue, right? So when we deal with natural birth, citizen birthrights, right, that's a constitutional issue that's
Right,
actually
legal
kind of
issue.
fluid, right? So when we have a process in America that we've never even on took before because every liberal in the past has been too irresponsible to address it, we have 20 million illegal people in the country. And when you enact a process to do that, you're going to have areas where the Constitution comes up, and we have these gray areas where
Oh, this is
one
not a
side
gray
says
area.
black. You're not letting it is natural birthright citizenship is not necessarily guaranteed by the Constitution.
Yes, it is.
Right,
You
and
said
I
it
don't
is.
think we've eliminated that in full, have we?
Hey, yeah, we have. So you're absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no gray area to argue that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil do not have a right nor claim to birthright citizenship per the first section of the 14th Amendment. And I can actually prove this one to you. This is very easy to prove. I'm going to prove that there's absolutely no argument. I'm going to prove that there's absolutely no gray area by just simply asking you for what the legal argument would be to instantiate that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil don't have birthright citizenship. For everybody watching, here's what's about to happen. He's about to get loud. He's going to start crashing out, and he's going to get very angry, and he's
Not
going to
at all. I
stall,
wanna
pivot, and
learn.
deflect
Not at
because
all.
he will be absolutely unable to represent any argument to declare that the children born to undocumented immigrants do not have birthright citizenship per the 14th Amendment. Take it away. Prove me right. Fail at trying to provide an argument for said conclusion. Do it. Nobody's going to interrupt you because I want to watch your failure in live time.
He's going to claim about it. He's going to complain about muting.
No, I'm not complaining about muting, but I mean, I have to go through a few notes to give you a good answer. Under current U.S. law, children born on U.S. soil are granted birthright citizenship, even if their parents are undocumented immigrants. Constitutional basis, 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized, a Supreme Court case, 1898. Give me 1 second.
Thank you so much for reading off of Google, proving me right and you wrong.
Well, again, for decades, this has meant children of undocumented immigrants, temporary visa holders, or even tourists. These children, recent developments. That gets into the issue of, does an executive order have the ability to, in an emergency situation, override an amendment?
Oh,
Donald Trump wrote an
that's also
executive
not an issue
order. You
either.
have a degree in constitutional law. Would you like to tell me exactly where executive orders and amendments overlap and how that relates to actual due process
my friend,
currently?
So you actually don't need a degree in constitutional law to read Article 2 of the Constitution, where it says that the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and all federal policy, all state policy, all executive orders, all local policy, city policy, so on and so forth, must operate in accordance with said Constitution. You literally don't need to go to school for 12 years to understand that. You need to Google for 2 seconds. So no, in no scenario can a president's executive order overrule the Constitution, just like in no scenario can a law passed through Congress overrule the Constitution, just like in no scenario could any law ever overrule the Constitution. The only way to quote-unquote overrule the Constitution would be by 75% of both chambers of Congress agreeing on a new constitutional amendment, or by SCOTUS reinterpreting the Constitution with new precedent. Now, back to what I was saying. You had suggested that there is a legally gray area surrounding the matter on if the children born to undocumented immigrants have birthright citizenship. You suggested that maybe they don't. I then said it is not a gray area. There is no argument. You then went to Google to find an argument, and then you accidentally read off what was likely the AI overview, which said there is no argument, and they do have this right guaranteed. You then made a second mistake when you attempted to argue that under quote-unquote emergency scenarios, a president's EO can overrule the Constitution. I hope that now, after my clarification on Article 2 of the Constitution, and which is honestly common sense civics, no, an EO nor any law cannot overturn the Constitution. Thank you for playing a game in which you were destined to lose.
Well, again, just let me respond fully if you're not scared of me responding to you, right? So currently this is under Supreme Court review, correct? And we do have exigent circumstances where parts of the Constitution can be overridden. That is within the framework of the Constitution itself, meaning the executive does have certain powers. Whether Trump is abusing those powers or he's rightfully using them is actually a very complex issue. I wanted to talk about why deportation of 20 million illegals is important. You turned it into a sidebar about executive orders and their place, in exigent circumstances in the framework of the Constitution. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I can certainly get you one to talk to since you don't talk to any. You just talk to kids on a day-to-day basis. But this is actually in Supreme Court review right now.
Well,
so it is a great
you idiots. You know that, right? Like, we'll talk to any of you Trump supporting idiots. You can join the live like you did right now. You have nothing limiting you.
No. You guys only talk to uneducated Trump supporters.
Like you. Are you an example of one of those uneducated Trump supporters that we're talking to?
I think that's not true.
No, I think I do know that's true.
I think that's not true.
Okay.
I think that's
pretty true. Like, what you just said was really ridiculous.
Can I respond to what he just said real quick?
Is it under review in the Supreme Court right now?
It's already been reviewed in Plyer v. Doe in 1989 and in U.S. versus Wong Kim-ark.
No, it's in current review right now. Executive orders.
Thank you so much. So you told me not to interrupt you unless I was scared, yet you interrupt me 3 words in, so you're scared.
You just interrupted me.
Oh, you had more to say? Go ahead.
I'm not scared.
You had more to say? Go ahead. Continue to yap your ass off about absolute bullshit that's false. Like, for instance, you just suggested that the president can overrule the Constitution in exigent circumstances, but you understand that was just completely false, right? What you're misinterpreting here, if I remember correctly, would be Section 3 of Article 2, where it says under exigent circumstances, or as the Constitution says, extraordinary occasions, right? The president has the discretion to convene Congress, right? To summon them to their chambers for nominations, war declarations, and emergency legislation. But he does not have the power, right, to infringe on the Constitution. So, I mean, you just literally misinterpreted Section 3 of Article 2 because you're a fucking silly goose that has never studied the law a day in your goddamn life. Yet you're going to make these bullshit claims about it just because you think that Trump is Daddy 2.0, right? But just to go back to what I was saying, right? You had suggested in that last breath that I'm somehow going away from the topic of conversation here, deviating from the course of discussion. That tells me and everybody else listening that you're fucking scared. Okay? Listen, you're the meathead that suggested that children born to undocumented immigrants may not have birthright citizenship, and that might be a gray area, then looked it up on Google and proved yourself wrong. I'm sorry that you want to backtrack now, but you can't. You're going to engage in this conversation or run away, right? Those are your 2 options. So just to get back, now that we understand, right, there is no legal basis for this determination that the first section of the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, does not apply to undocumented immigrants, and that you understand that under no exigent circumstances can the president overturn the Constitution. How do you respond? Well, I guess we won't hear a response because he left.
By leaving the live, that's how he responded. That was a crazy response.
My
the
God.
only possible response in that circumstance. By the way, he's going to sit there and he's going to claim you only talk to children, and then he comes and debates this on the stream and then gets dog walked repeatedly. Like, that's actually embarrassing. He thinks that you only debate kids and it could stand no chance against him. He's like, you don't even debate constitutional lawyers. Well, give us a constitutional lawyer that will join the fucking stream and debate us. We'd love to talk to them and see the reason why they support Donald Trump. That'd be embarrassing.
I mean,
they won't do it.
To be fair to him, I did say you're either going to engage in this conversation or run away, and I guess he hit the road. So, I did say that was the second option. I guess he took me up on the offer. Maria, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. He says, you have such amazing patience. Thank you. Well, Maria, thank you so much for your kindness. I want y'all to show some love to Maria down below in that chat. That is Maria. Thank you so much for your kindness. And Timothy, thank you so much for the $60, my friend. Thank you. Timothy with the $60 says the education of your guest is easily worth $60 an hour. Jeez, man, that's a high price. Consider this me sponsoring the education of those you debate over the next hour. Thank Thank you for what you do. Well, Timothy, I really appreciate you so much for the kindness, man. I think that you dropped some love earlier today. Just know that I really appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. As well as Pia, that is PIA. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying greetings from Germany. Love to Germany. Catherine, thank you so much for the $6, my friend. Nicole with the $10 over on Venmo, who says just because I love silly goose. Yeah, dude. I think I could get away with calling people silly goose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can.
Then Heidi, thank you for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Heidi didn't attach a message, only the love. Heidi, thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Heidi. Caesar with the 10 saying, I love your lives, man. Keep it up. Thank you, Caesar. Emma with a 5 and Elizabeth with a 15. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, for everybody listening, unfortunately at this point in time, I am going to go ahead and end the live stream for the night. It is nearly 7 p.m. out here in Colorado, and I am getting quite hungry, so I better grab some dinner. Real quick, right now we have 5.2 thousand people hanging out with us.
Get going.
All right, you take
Bye-bye.
care, Parker. You take care.
Take care, everyone.
Right now, we have 5.2 thousand people watching us on YouTube. I'm going to need every single one of you guys to drop a like on the live stream. Okay? You 5.2 thousand people, you're listening for a reason to tune into these debates. And I know that you can hear me right now. If you want to be able, right, to show a token of appreciation or support, really quickly, just drop a like on the stream. I promise that the amount of the likes on the broadcasts really help in how far the stream pushes out on YouTube's algorithm once I end it. So make sure to drop a like. And that's not going to be like a like in the live chat, because I understand that there's like a button that you could press to like drop a little heart. That's honestly just kind of like an emoji response. I'm talking about like on the actual video, right? But anyways, folks, for everyone that joined us today on TikTok, for the 12.4 thousand people that are hanging out with us in here for the day, thank you for joining. Today was fun. Same thing goes for everybody on YouTube. Just know that I really appreciate you guys. I'm really happy that, you know, y'all have given me this platform to educate people, to help make our country better. You know, I love it. I love you guys. Peace and love, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.